If you're lying here tonight, unable to sleep, because you feel like you're not quite enough yet, this is for you. Stay with me. By the end of this, you'll understand why you don't need to become anything more before you rest. And more importantly, you'll finally be able to let go. There are nights when the weight of not measuring up finds you. Not because you failed at anything today, not because someone told you that you weren't good enough, but because the world finally went quiet. And in that silence, a familiar voice started whispering that you still haven't arrived at the version of yourself you're supposed to be. You lie there, and suddenly you're thinking about all the ways you're falling short, all the things you should be doing better, all the progress you should have made by now, all the ways you're not living up to some invisible standard you can't quite name, but feel constantly measured against. But here's what I want you to know tonight. You don't need to improve one more thing before you're allowed to rest. You don't need to become better or do more or fix what feels broken. Being enough is not something you achieve at the end of effort. And tonight, you have permission to be exactly as you are. Before we go deeper into these truths that will help you rest, if you find comfort here, gently subscribe. This channel exists to guide you into peaceful sleep, and your support helps us create more of these quiet sanctuaries for rest. Now, let your shoulders drop. Let the bed hold you. Let your breath move without effort. You don't need to be more than you are right now. You're allowed to rest inside yourself exactly as you exist in this moment. Tonight isn't for becoming. It's for being. And the journey toward enough can wait until morning. Let's explore why the pressure to improve feels so impossibly loud when the lights go out, and how you can finally set it down. There's a belief you've been carrying for so long that you might not even notice it anymore. The belief that somewhere, somehow, someone is waiting for you to improve, watching, measuring, expecting you to wake up tomorrow as a better version of yourself than you were today. And until you become that better version, until you achieve that next level of enough, you're somehow in debt, behind schedule, not quite acceptable yet. But here's the truth that your tired mind has forgotten. No one is expecting you to become more tonight. Not one single person. Not anywhere in the world. The people who love you aren't lying awake right now thinking, I hope they improve by morning. They're not waiting for you to transform before they can fully accept you. They're not holding their approval hostage until you meet some standard you haven't reached yet. They already see you as enough, exactly as you are, right now. And the people who don't love you, who might be critical or demanding or impossible to please, they're not thinking about you at all. They're living their own lives, carrying their own burdens, lying in their own beds with their own thoughts. No one is actively expecting you to become more tonight. This expectation you feel so heavily, this pressure to improve, to grow, to become better before you're allowed to rest, it's not coming from outside you. It's coming from inside, from a voice you've internalized, from standards you've absorbed, from messages you've heard so many times they feel like truth. But they're not truth. They're just thoughts, demanding thoughts, relentless thoughts, but still just thoughts. The actual truth is simpler, gentler, more forgiving. You are exactly who you are supposed to be right now, not who you were yesterday, Not who you'll be tomorrow, but who you are in this moment. And this version of you, the one lying here tired and uncertain, is the only version that exists right now. There is no other version waiting in the wings for you to become. No ideal self standing in judgment. No better you that the current you needs to apologize to or catch up with. There is only you, this you. The you who is here, breathing, existing, doing the best you can with what you have. And no one is expecting this you to transform overnight. Think about the people you care about most deeply, the ones you love. Do you lie awake at night expecting them to improve before morning? Do you withhold your acceptance until they meet certain standards? No. You love them as they are. You accept them in their current state. You don't require them to become more before they deserve rest or peace or your regard. And yet, somehow, you hold yourself to an entirely different standard. You allow others to be human. You allow others to have flaws and limitations and days where they don't grow or improve or become better. You allow others to simply exist without constantly demanding more from them. But yourself, you demand constant improvement, constant growth, constant movement towards some ever-receding horizon of enough. This double standard is exhausting you. It's keeping you awake. It's making rest feel like something you have to earn through sufficient self-improvement rather than something you deserve simply by being alive and tired. No one is expecting you to become more tonight. And you don't need to expect it from yourself either. You can just be. Be exactly this. Be tired. Be uncertain. Be imperfect. Be human. Be enough without becoming anything more. The pressure you feel isn't coming from the world. The world is actually remarkably accepting of people existing as they are. The pressure is coming from inside, from the part of you that learned, somewhere along the way, that being enough required constant effort. But it doesn't. Being enough is not an achievement. It's not a destination you reach through sufficient improvement. It's not a status you unlock by becoming the right version of yourself. Being enough is just being right now, as you are. No one is expecting you to become more tonight. Not your family, not your friends, not your colleagues, not the world, not life itself. Only you are expecting this. Only you are holding yourself to this impossible standard. Only you are demanding transformation before rest is allowed. And you can stop. Right now. You can release that expectation. You can set down that demand. You don't need to become more tonight. You don't need to improve or grow or fix anything about yourself. You don't need to wake up tomorrow as someone better than who you are right now. You just need to rest, to sleep, to let your tired body and mind restore themselves without the added burden of having to improve while doing it. No one is expecting you to become more tonight. Let this truth settle into you. Let it be real. Let it lift the weight you've been carrying. You are not being graded on your overnight transformation. You are not being measured against some standard of sufficient improvement. You are not required to level up before morning. You are simply allowed to be, to exist, to rest exactly as you are. And tomorrow, if growth happens, it will happen naturally. Not because you demanded it of yourself tonight. Not because you stayed awake trying to force it, but because that's what living things do. They grow when conditions are right, when they're rested and restored, and given space to unfold. But tonight, conditions are right for one thing only: rest. No one is expecting you to become more tonight, so stop expecting it from yourself. Stop demanding transformation. Stop requiring improvement before you allow yourself peace. Just be here, just as you are. Enough. Already enough. Without becoming anything more. You've been treating enough like a finish line you cross after sufficient effort, like it's something you earn through productivity, through achievement, through checking enough boxes and accomplishing enough tasks, and being good enough at enough things throughout the day. As if each morning you wake up not enough, and you spend the entire day working toward enough, hoping that by nightfall you'll have finally achieved it and can rest, knowing you made it across the line. But this is not how enough works. This has never been how enough works. Enough is not something you achieve at the end of a day. It's not a reward for sufficient effort. It's not a status you unlock through performance. Enough is what you are, not what you do, not what you accomplish, not what you manage to squeeze out of yourself despite your limitations. You are enough at the beginning of the day, in the middle of the day, at the end of the day. You are enough on productive days and on days where nothing gets done. You are enough on days when you're brilliant and on days when you can barely function. You are enough when you succeed and when you fail, and when you exist somewhere in the unremarkable middle between those extremes. Because enough is not conditional. It's not performance-based. It's not something you have to earn over and over again every single day. Enough is what you already are by virtue of being alive, being human, being here. Think about a newborn baby. Are they enough? Of course they are. Completely, utterly, perfectly enough. And they haven't achieved anything. They haven't accomplished tasks or met goals or proven their worth through effort. They're just alive, just existing, just being. And that's enough. That's always been enough. Somewhere between birth and now. You learned a different story. You learned that enough was something you had to achieve, that your inherent worth wasn't sufficient, that you needed to add accomplishment on top of existence to deserve acceptance, rest, peace. But that story is wrong. It was always wrong. And it's keeping you from rest right now, because you're lying here, measuring today against some impossible standard and finding yourself lacking. You're reviewing everything you did and didn't do, everything you succeeded at and failed at, everything you handled well and handled poorly. And you're calculating whether it adds up to enough. But there is no calculation. There is no equation where you plug in your daily performance and get a result of enough or not enough. You are not a math problem. You are a human being. And human beings are enough by existing, not by achieving. Enough is not something you achieve at the end of a day. It's something you carry through the entire day. Something that never leaves you. Something that doesn't fluctuate based on your performance or your productivity or your success rate. You were enough when you woke up this morning, before you'd done anything at all. You were enough at noon, regardless of how the morning went. You are enough now, at the end of this day, whether it was a good day or a hard day or a completely unremarkable day. The day doesn't determine your enoughness. Your enoughness simply is constant, unchanging, not dependent on external factors or internal performance. This might feel wrong because you've spent so long believing the opposite. You've spent so long trying to earn what was already yours, trying to achieve what you already possessed, trying to become what you already were. And that effort is exhausting. It's keeping you awake. It's making rest feel impossible because you're convinced you haven't done enough today to deserve it. But rest is not a reward for sufficient daily achievement. Rest is a biological necessity that every living creature needs regardless of their accomplishments. Trees rest. They don't achieve anything. And yet every winter they rest. Every night they rest. They don't calculate whether they grew enough leaves or produced enough oxygen to deserve dormancy. They just rest. Because that's what living things do. That's what sustains life. Not constant achievement, but rhythmic cycles of activity and rest. You are allowed to rest without having achieved enough today. You are allowed to sleep without having earned it through sufficient productivity. You are allowed to be enough right now, in this moment, without anything you did or didn't do today affecting that fundamental truth. Enough is not something you achieve at the end of a day. It's not dependent on your to-do list or your accomplishments or how well you performed in your various roles and responsibilities. It's inherent, built in, part of your basic existence, as fundamental as your heartbeat, as constant as your breath. You don't earn your heartbeat through sufficient effort each day. It just beats because you're alive, because that's what hearts do. And you don't earn enough through sufficient effort each day either. You just are enough because you're alive, because that's what human beings are. So stop calculating. Stop reviewing today, trying to determine if you did enough to be enough. Stop treating your worth like it's something that needs to be proven daily through performance. You are enough. You were enough all day. You are enough right now. And you will be enough tomorrow, regardless of what tomorrow brings. This is not something that changes. This is not something you can lose through insufficient effort or gain through extraordinary achievement. This is what you are. Enough, already, always, without needing to achieve it at the end of each day. Let this truth settle into your bones, into your tired body, into your worried mind. You don't need to have accomplished anything specific today to be enough right now. You don't need to have been productive or successful or impressive or good enough at anything. You just need to be alive, to be here, to be breathing, and you are. You are alive. You are here. You are breathing. And that is enough. That has always been enough. That will always be enough. Enough is not something you achieve at the end of a day. It's what you are at the beginning, middle, and end of every day. Whether the day was magnificent or terrible, or somewhere unremarkably in between, you are enough, right now, without achievement, without accomplishment, without having to earn it one more time. Just enough, simply by being. And tonight, that's all you need to be. There's a timeline in your mind, a schedule, a sense of where you should be by now in the journey of becoming who you're meant to be. And lying here tonight, you're measuring yourself against that timeline, and you're finding yourself behind. Not quite there yet, not as far along as you should be, as if there's a correct pace for becoming yourself, a proper schedule for unfolding into your full potential. And somehow, despite all your effort, you're running late. But here's what you need to understand. You are not behind on being yourself. You cannot be behind on being yourself, because there is no schedule for this. There is no timeline. There is no correct pace. There is only the pace you're actually moving at. And that pace, by definition, is exactly right for you. You are exactly where you're supposed to be in your own becoming. Not because everything has gone perfectly, not because you've made all the right choices, but because this is where you actually are. And where you actually are is always where you're supposed to be, because there is nowhere else you could be. There is no alternate timeline where you're further along, more developed, more fully yourself. There is only this timeline, this path, this unfolding that's happening at exactly the pace it's happening. You might look at other people and think they're further along than you, more themselves, more fully realized, more actualized into their potential. But you're not them. You're not on their timeline. You're not walking their path. You're walking yours, and your path unfolds at its own pace, not at the pace of anyone else's journey. There is no universal schedule for becoming yourself, no age by which you should have figured certain things out, no milestone by which you should have achieved certain levels of self-awareness or self-actualization or self-acceptance. These are arbitrary standards you've absorbed from somewhere, from culture, from comparison, from the impossible expectation that everyone should develop at the same rate towards some imagined ideal. But human development doesn't work that way. People unfold at different paces. Some things come early for some people and late for others. Some lessons are learned quickly. Some take decades. Some take entire lifetimes. And none of this means anyone is behind. It just means everyone is different. Everyone is on their own timeline. Everyone is becoming themselves at exactly the pace they're becoming themselves. You are not behind on being yourself. You are exactly on schedule for your own unique unfolding. Think about flowers. Different flowers bloom at different times. Some in early spring, some in late summer, some in fall. Are the fall flowers behind? Are they failing because they didn't bloom in spring? No, they're just different flowers, with different rhythms, with different timelines, and they bloom exactly when they're meant to bloom, not when other flowers bloom. You are not a spring flower trying desperately to catch up to some imagined schedule. You are whatever flower you are, blooming at whatever time you bloom. And there is no behind. There is only your own natural rhythm, your own unfolding, your own becoming. You might feel like you should be more confident by now, more settled, more sure of yourself, more comfortable in your own skin. But who decided when these things should happen? Who created the timeline you're measuring yourself against? No one? It's just an idea, just a belief you picked up somewhere that there's a correct pace for this, that by a certain age you should have achieved certain levels of self-knowledge or self-possession. But these beliefs aren't based on reality. They're based on comparison, on imagined standards, on the way things look from outside other people's lives. And from outside, everyone else's life looks more together than it actually is. Everyone else looks like they're further along, more fully themselves, more actualized. But inside their own experience, they feel just as uncertain as you do, just as unfinished, just as behind on whatever timeline they're measuring themselves against. Because everyone feels behind. Everyone feels like they should be further along by now. Everyone compares their inside to everyone else's outside and finds themselves lacking. But this is not truth. This is just the human tendency to judge ourselves harshly and others generously. You are not behind on being yourself. You are becoming yourself at exactly the pace you're becoming yourself. No faster, no slower. Exactly right. Every experience you've had has contributed to who you are now. Every choice you've made, even the ones that feel like mistakes, has shaped you. Every moment of your life has been part of your becoming. And you couldn't have become yourself any faster than you actually became yourself. Because this is the pace your becoming happened at. There is no alternate version of you who made different choices and ended up more fully themselves. There is only this version, this you, the one who made the choices you actually made and ended up exactly here. And this you, the current you, is exactly where you're supposed to be in your own unfolding. Not behind, not ahead, just here, now. At this exact point in your unique journey of becoming, you are not behind on being yourself. You are right on time for your own timeline, the only timeline that actually exists for you. So stop measuring yourself against imagined schedules. Stop comparing your pace to anyone else's pace. Stop believing that you should be further along by now. You are exactly where you are. And where you are is exactly right for this moment in your becoming. Tomorrow, you'll be somewhere slightly different. Next year, somewhere different still. This is how becoming works. Gradually, continuously, at its own pace. But tonight, you are not behind. You are here, exactly where you're supposed to be. And that is enough. You are enough. Right at this exact point in your journey. Not behind, not lacking, not insufficient. Just here. Just yourself. Just exactly where you are on the only timeline that matters, your own. You lie here at night and you can feel it. The eyes on you, the evaluation happening, the judgment being rendered about how you did today. Someone is watching. Someone is measuring. Someone is keeping score of whether you were good enough, productive enough, present enough, kind enough, successful enough, and that someone is reviewing your performance right now, going through the day, noting what you did well and what you did poorly, calculating whether it adds up to passing or failing. You can feel the weight of this review, the pressure of it, the anxiety of waiting to hear the verdict about whether today was enough. But here's what you need to know. Nothing is reviewing your performance. No one, not anywhere, not ever. There is no cosmic scorekeeper tallying your daily results. No divine evaluator measuring your worth based on your productivity. No invisible judge rendering verdicts about whether you lived today well enough. This review you feel happening. It's only happening in your mind. You are reviewing yourself. You are the evaluator. You are the judge. And you can stop. Right now, tonight. You can close the review. You can end the evaluation. You can dismiss the judge. Because there is no requirement that you assess your own performance every single night. There is no mandate that you grade yourself on how well you live today. These reviews you conduct, these nightly evaluations of your worth based on your daily performance, they're not serving you. They're not helping you improve. They're not making you better. They're just keeping you awake, just making you anxious, just reinforcing the belief that your worth is conditional on your performance. But it's not. Your worth is not conditional. Your worth is not performance-based. Your worth does not fluctuate based on how productive or successful or good you were today. Your worth is constant, fixed, unchanging, independent of your daily performance, and nothing is reviewing whether you lived up to that worth today. Nothing except you. And you can choose to stop. Think about what this nightly review actually accomplishes. Does it make tomorrow better? Does it help you learn or grow or improve? Sometimes, maybe. Sometimes genuine reflection leads to insight. Sometimes honest assessment helps you make better choices. But most of the time, these late-night performance reviews are not productive reflection. They're anxiety spirals disguised as self-improvement. You're not actually learning anything. You're just rehearsing everything you think you did wrong. You're just reinforcing shame and inadequacy. You're just making it harder to rest. And for what? For whose benefit? Not yours. This isn't helping you. This isn't serving your growth or your peace or your well-being. Not anyone else's. No one else is asking you to conduct these reviews. No one else is waiting for your nightly report on your own performance. You're doing this entirely for an imagined audience, an imagined evaluator, an imagined standard that demands constant assessment. But that evaluator doesn't exist. That standard isn't real. That audience is just you, projecting your own harsh self-judgment onto an imagined external source. Nothing is reviewing your performance. You are safe from evaluation. You are free from judgment. You are not being graded on how you live today. You can just live and then rest, without the review, without the evaluation, without the performance assessment that determines whether you're allowed to feel okay about yourself. This doesn't mean you never reflect. This doesn't mean you never think about your choices or consider how you might do things differently. This just means you don't have to do it every night when you're exhausted and your mind is least capable of productive reflection. This means you can rest without first justifying your existence through sufficient self-criticism. Nothing is reviewing your performance, so stop reviewing it yourself. Stop playing the role of judge and jury over your own life. Stop treating every day like a test you might have failed. You didn't fail. You lived. You moved through another day of being human. You did what you could with what you had. And that is enough. That doesn't need review. That doesn't need evaluation. That doesn't need judgment. That just needs rest. Just needs acknowledgement that you were here. You lived through today, and now you're tired. The performance review can end. The evaluation can close. The judge can retire for the night. Nothing is reviewing your performance except you. And you have the power to stop, to set down the clipboard, to turn off the critical voice, to release yourself from the constant assessment. You are not required to grade yourself before you sleep. You are not required to evaluate your worth based on today's performance. You are not required to review anything. You can just rest, just be, just exist without judgment for a few hours. Nothing is reviewing your performance, not the universe, not other people, not even life itself, only you. And you can choose mercy over evaluation. You can choose rest over review. You can choose peace over performance assessment. Tonight, close the review. End the evaluation. Dismiss the judge. Nothing is reviewing your performance. And you don't need to either. Just rest. Without judgment, without evaluation, without review. You lived today. That is enough. No performance assessment required. Nothing is reviewing your performance. So stop reviewing it yourself. Just rest. You've earned it. Not through performance, just through being alive and tired. And that has always been enough. You've been treating your life like a test with right and wrong answers, like a path with correct steps and incorrect steps, like a journey where it's possible to take a wrong turn and end up completely lost. And lying here tonight, you're worried you've failed, that you've taken too many wrong steps, that you've wandered so far off the correct path that you'll never find your way back, that somewhere, somehow, you've failed at life, at living it correctly, at making the right choices, at becoming who you were supposed to become. But here's what you need to understand. You are not on a path that can be failed. There is no correct path. There are no right answers. There is no test you're taking that you can pass or fail. There is only your life, unfolding, happening, moving through time in the way it actually moves, not in the way some imagined ideal says it should move. And you cannot fail at your own life. You cannot take a wrong turn in your own journey. You cannot mess up the one thing that is entirely, uniquely yours. Because there is no standard for what your life should look like, no template you're supposed to follow, no predetermined path you're meant to stay on. There is only the path you're actually walking. And that path, by definition, is your path, not a deviation from your path, not a wrong turn away from your path, your actual path. Every choice you've made has led you here. Every decision, every action, every moment of your life has contributed to where you are right now. And this is not failure. This is just where you are. The natural result of having lived the life you actually lived, rather than some imagined different life. You think you should have made different choices, better choices, smarter choices, braver choices, choices that would have led you to some better version of here. But those choices weren't available to you. Not really. Not in the moments when you were actually making decisions. In those moments, you had the information you had, the awareness you had, the resources you had, the capacity you had, the circumstances you were in, and you made the choices that made sense given all of that. You did what you could with what you had in the situation you faced. That's not failure. That's just being human. That's just making choices with limited information and imperfect awareness like every human being does. You cannot fail at being human. You cannot fail at doing your best with what you have. You cannot fail at living your own life in your own way. There is no external standard measuring whether you're succeeding or failing at existence. There is only your life, happening, unfolding, being exactly what it is, and what it is cannot be wrong. It can only be what it is. You might not like where you are. You might wish you'd made different choices. You might look back and see clearly what you couldn't see then. But none of that means you failed. It just means you're human. It means you made choices without perfect foresight. It means you lived forward through time like everyone does, unable to see the future, doing your best in each moment. That's not a path that can be failed. That's just a path. Your path, the one you actually walked, and it brought you here, to this moment, to this bed, to this night where you're lying here worried you've somehow failed at life. But you haven't. You can't. Because life is not a test with pass/fail outcomes. Life is an experience, an unfolding. A journey without predetermined destination. You are exactly where you're supposed to be, because you're exactly where you are. There is no other place you could be. There is no parallel path where a better version of you is succeeding while you're failing. There is only this path, this life, this you, and none of it can be failed. You might struggle. You might face challenges. You might encounter difficulties that feel overwhelming and impossible. But struggling is not failing. Struggling is just part of the path, part of being alive, part of moving through a complex world that doesn't come with clear instructions. Everyone struggles. Everyone faces challenges. Everyone makes choices they later wish they'd made differently. And none of them are failing either. They're all just walking their paths, their own unique, unrepeatable, impossible-to-fail paths. You are not on a path that can be failed. You're on a path that can only be walked, that can only be experienced, that can only unfold in the way it actually unfolds. And you're walking it. Right now, even lying here worried about failure, you're still on your path, still moving through your life, still exactly where you are, which is exactly where your path has led. This is not failure. This is just being alive, just moving through time, just experiencing what it means to be human in a complex world. You cannot fail at this. You can only live it, which you are doing, which you have always been doing, which you will continue doing as long as you're alive. So stop measuring yourself against imagined correct paths. Stop judging your choices as right or wrong. Stop treating your life like a test you might be failing. You're not failing. You're living. And living cannot be failed. It can only be experienced. You are not on a path that can be failed. You're on your path. The only path you've ever been on. The only path you could be on. And that path is not wrong. It's just yours. Uniquely, completely, unfailably yours. So rest tonight, knowing you haven't failed. You haven't taken wrong turns. You haven't messed up your life beyond repair. You've just lived, made choices, moved through time, exactly like every human being does. And that is not failure. That is just life. Your life, unfolding exactly as it has unfolded. You are not on a path that can be failed. So stop worrying about failure. Just rest. Your path brought you here, to this moment, to this bed, to this night of rest, and that is exactly where you're supposed to be. Not because it's perfect, but because it's where you are, and where you are is never failure. It's just where you are, on your unfailable path. You've been running, pushing, keeping yourself in constant motion, because you believe that stopping means losing ground. That enough requires momentum. That you have to keep moving, keep producing, keep making progress, or you'll fall behind. You'll lose what you've built. You'll prove that you were never really enough to begin with. So you keep going, even when you're tired, even when you're depleted, even when every part of you is begging to stop and rest. Because stopping feels dangerous. Stopping feels like giving up. Stopping feels like the moment when everyone will see that you're not enough after all. But here's the truth you've forgotten. Enough does not depend on momentum. Your worth is not contingent on constant motion. You don't have to keep moving to remain enough. Enough is not something you maintain through perpetual effort. It's not something you hold on to by never stopping. It's not something that disappears the moment you rest. Enough is constant, static, unchanging, independent of whether you're moving or still. You are enough when you're productive. You are enough when you're resting. You are enough when you're making progress, and when you're standing still, and when you're moving backward. Your enoughness does not fluctuate based on your activity level. It does not require momentum to exist. It does not disappear when motion stops. Think about a tree in winter. It stops, completely stops. No leaves, no growth, no visible productivity, just stillness, dormancy, rest. Does the tree become less of a tree during winter? Does it lose its treeness because it stopped growing? No, it's still a tree, still complete, still exactly what it is. The stopping doesn't diminish it. The lack of momentum doesn't make it insufficient. The stopping is part of its natural cycle, part of how it sustains itself over time, part of what allows it to grow again when spring comes. You are the same. You need seasons of rest, periods of stillness, times when momentum stops and you simply exist without producing anything. And during those times, you are no less enough than you were during times of motion. The stopping doesn't diminish you. The lack of momentum doesn't make you insufficient. It's just part of your natural cycle, part of how you sustain yourself over time, part of what allows you to move again when you're ready. But you've been taught to fear the stopping, to believe that momentum is the only thing keeping you valuable. That the moment you stop, you'll be revealed as not enough. This is wrong. Completely, fundamentally wrong. Your worth is not maintained through constant motion. Your enoughness is not dependent on productivity. You are not a machine that loses value when it stops running. You are a human being, and human beings need rest, need stillness, need periods of dormancy where nothing visible happens, and that's perfectly okay. You don't become less enough when you stop. You just become a resting version of enough instead of a moving version of enough. Both are equally valid. Both are equally complete. Both are equally worthy. Enough does not depend on momentum. It depends on nothing. It just is. Constant, unchanging, present whether you're moving or still. You can stop right now, right this moment. You can let all momentum cease. You can become completely still, and you will still be enough. Not one bit less enough than you were when you were moving. Not diminished in any way. Just still. Just resting. Just being enough without motion to prove it. This is hard to believe because momentum feels like evidence, like proof that you're enough, like the thing that justifies your existence. But momentum is not evidence of enoughness. Momentum is just momentum, movement for movement's sake, activity that may or may not be meaningful or valuable. And enough is not proven through momentum. Enough is proven through nothing. It doesn't need proof. It just exists. You are enough when you're moving forward. You are enough when you're standing still. You are enough when you're moving backward. Direction doesn't determine worth. Speed doesn't determine value. Momentum doesn't determine enoughness. You determine enoughness just by being, just by existing, just by being alive and here and breathing. And all of that can happen while completely still, while resting, while not moving at all. Enough does not depend on momentum. So you can stop, you can rest, you can let all motion cease without fear that you're losing your worth. Your worth is not going anywhere. It's not dependent on your activity level. It's not maintained through constant effort. It's just there, constant, static, unchanging, whether you're moving or still. So stop tonight. Completely stop. Let all momentum cease. Let yourself be still without producing anything or moving toward anything or making progress on anything. Just be. Just rest. Just exist without motion. And notice that you're still enough, still complete, still worthy, still exactly what you've always been. Momentum changes nothing about your fundamental enoughness. It only changes how visible your activity is. But visibility is not the same as value. Motion is not the same as worth. Momentum is not the same as enough. You are enough without momentum. You have always been enough without momentum. You will always be enough without momentum. So rest tonight, knowing that stopping doesn't diminish you. That stillness doesn't make you less. That lack of momentum doesn't prove insufficient. It just proves you're human. And humans need rest, need stillness, need periods of no momentum. And during all of those periods, they remain completely, totally, unfailingly enough. Just like you, right now, still, resting, enough. Momentum not required. You've been told your whole life that stagnation is death, that if you're not growing, you're dying. That forward motion is the only acceptable state of being. And you've internalized this message so deeply that any moment of stillness feels like failure. Any period without visible growth feels like you're wasting your life. Any day where you're the same as you were yesterday feels like a day you shouldn't have had. You believe you must always be becoming, always evolving, always moving towards some better version of yourself. And if you're not, if you're just being, if you're static, unchanged, the same as you were last week or last month or last year, then you're failing, then you're stagnating, then you're not living up to your potential or your purpose or your obligation to constantly improve. But here's what you need to hear tonight. You are allowed to be static. You are allowed to stay the same. You are allowed to exist without constantly becoming something more. Being static is not the same as being dead. Staying the same is not the same as stagnation. Existing without constant growth is not the same as wasting your life. Sometimes being static is exactly what you need. Sometimes staying the same is the healthiest thing you can do. Sometimes existing without change is not failure, but wisdom, because constant growth is exhausting. Perpetual becoming is unsustainable. Always moving toward the next version of yourself means never being satisfied with the current version. And the current version of you deserves to exist without constantly being pushed aside for the next version. The you that you are right now deserves to be allowed to simply be, without the pressure to constantly become something else. You are allowed to be static, to stay exactly as you are for as long as you need to exist in this current form without rushing toward the next one. This doesn't mean you'll never grow. This doesn't mean you'll be exactly the same forever. This just means that right now, in this period of your life, being static is allowed. Growth will happen when it happens. Change will come when it comes. Becoming will occur naturally, organically, when the conditions are right. But it doesn't have to happen right now. It doesn't have to happen constantly. It doesn't have to happen just because you think you should be growing. You are allowed to be still, to be unchanged. To be the same version of yourself you were yesterday and the day before and the day before that. This is not failure. This is not stagnation. This is just being, just existing, just living as the person you currently are without the added pressure of constantly transforming. Think about how nature actually works. Everything grows in seasons. There are periods of rapid growth and periods of dormancy and periods of simply maintaining what already exists. Trees don't grow constantly. They grow in spring and summer. They rest in fall and winter. They spend months being exactly the same, not changing, not growing, just existing. And this is not failure for the tree. This is sustainability. This is how long-term survival works. This is the rhythm that allows for growth when growth is possible. You are the same. You cannot grow constantly. You cannot change perpetually. You cannot become endlessly without periods of simply being. You need dormancy. You need static periods. You need times when you're not becoming anything different, just existing as what you already are. And these times are not less valuable than growth times. They're not wasted time. They're not periods you should be ashamed of. They're necessary, essential, part of the natural rhythm of sustainable living. You are allowed to be static, to not grow for a while, to stay exactly the same, to exist without transformation. This doesn't mean you've given up. This doesn't mean you're settling. This doesn't mean you're not living up to your potential. This just means you're in a static period, a dormant season, a time for being rather than becoming. And that is completely, entirely, totally allowed. You don't owe the world constant growth. You don't owe yourself perpetual transformation. You don't owe anyone constant movement towards some better version. You're allowed to just be this version, right now, for as long as you need to. Static is not stagnation. Static is just static, unchanging, steady, consistent, the same. And the same is okay. The same is valid. The same is enough. You are allowed to be static. Tonight, tomorrow, for the next week or month or year, if that's what you need. No growth required, no change demanded, no becoming necessary. Just being, just existing as you are, just staying the same. You are allowed to be static, and static is enough. There's someone you've been comparing yourself to for a very long time. Someone who haunts you quietly. Someone who shows up in your thoughts late at night when you're reviewing your life and finding it insufficient. This person is not real, but they feel more real than almost anything else. More real than your actual life. More real than your actual self. This person is the better version of you, the ideal you, The you that you imagine you should have become by now if you'd made different choices, worked harder, been smarter, been braver, been more disciplined. And you've been holding yourself accountable to this imagined person, measuring yourself against them, finding yourself lacking every single time. But here's what you need to understand tonight. No one else is holding this better version of you against you. No one. Not one single person in your actual life. The people who know you, who love you, who interact with you regularly, they don't know this ideal version exists. They don't compare you to it. They don't wish you were it instead of who you actually are. They only know the real you, the actual you, the you who exists in reality, not in imagination. And that you is who they know, who they care about, who they've built relationship with. Not some imagined better version. Just you. Exactly as you are. This comparison you're making, this measurement against an ideal self, is something you're doing entirely alone. Entirely inside your own mind. No one else is participating in this. No one else even knows it's happening. Your family doesn't sit around wishing you were the better version of yourself. Your friends don't compare you to some ideal and find you disappointing. Your colleagues don't measure you against your unrealized potential. They just know you. They interact with you. They accept you as you actually are. The harsh judgment you imagine coming from them, that's not coming from them. That's you, projecting your own self-criticism onto them. That's you, assuming they're thinking what you're thinking. But they're not. They're not thinking about you that harshly at all. Think about the people you care about. Do you hold them accountable to imagined better versions of themselves? Do you constantly compare them to who they could have been if they'd made different choices? Probably not. You probably accept them as they are. You probably appreciate them for who they actually are, not who they might have been in some alternate timeline. And they're doing the same for you. They're accepting you, appreciating you, knowing you only as the person you actually are. This better version of you that you're measuring yourself against, it only exists in your mind. It's a fiction, a fantasy, a composite of possibilities that never actually materialized into reality. And holding yourself accountable to fiction is making it impossible to accept yourself as you actually are. Because you can never measure up to someone who doesn't exist. You can never be as good as an imagined ideal. You can never compete with a fantasy that has none of the limitations, struggles, or real-world constraints that actual humans deal with. The ideal version of you made all the right choices, never struggled, never doubted, never failed, never got tired or scared or overwhelmed, never had to deal with the messy reality of being human. Of course, you can't measure up to that. No one could. Because that version isn't human. It's an impossible standard dressed up as a person. And no one is holding you to that standard except you. The real people in your life see your humanity. They see your struggles. They see your limitations. And they accept you anyway. Not despite these things, but inclusive of them. They know you're not perfect. They know you've made mistakes. They know you haven't lived up to every possibility you might have pursued. And they care about you anyway. They value you anyway. They want you in their lives anyway, not some better version. You, the actual, real, imperfect you. This is what you keep missing when you compare yourself to the ideal. You keep thinking everyone else wishes you were better, but they don't. They're fine with who you actually are. The only person who's not fine with it is you. You're the one holding the better version against yourself. You're the one making the comparison. You're the one finding yourself insufficient. And you can stop. Right now, tonight, you can release this imagined person who never existed and can never exist. You can accept that the choices you made led to the life you actually have, and that this life, with all its imperfections and disappointments and ways it doesn't match the ideal, is still a real life, still a valid life, still worthy of acceptance and peace. The better version of you is not a standard you failed to meet. It's a fantasy you created to torture yourself with, and you're allowed to let it go. You're allowed to stop comparing yourself to someone who isn't real. You're allowed to stop measuring your actual life against an imagined perfect one. You're allowed to just be who you are, the person you actually became through the choices you actually made in the circumstances you actually faced. This person is enough, not because they measure up to some ideal, but because they're real. They're here. They're you. And no one is holding a better version against you. No one except yourself. So stop. Stop the comparison. Stop the measurement. Stop holding yourself accountable to an impossible standard that no one else is even aware of. Just be yourself, your actual self, the one who exists in reality, not in imagination. This self has done the best they could with what they had. This self has survived and persisted and made it to this moment. This self is worthy of acceptance and rest. The better version isn't coming. That's not how life works. There's only this version, this you, the real one. And the real one deserves to sleep tonight without being measured against someone who never existed. No one is holding a better version of you against you. So stop holding it against yourself. Just be who you are. And let that be enough. Because it is. It always has been. The only person who needed to stop comparing was you. And tonight, you can. You've been waiting to feel it. Waiting for that sense of enoughness to finally settle into your bones. Like warmth, like certainty, like peace. Waiting for the day when you look at yourself and feel it fully, deeply, without question. I am enough. I have enough. I do enough. And until you feel it, you don't quite believe it's true. The feeling is the proof you're seeking. The evidence that you've finally arrived at enough. But the feeling never comes. Or it comes briefly and then vanishes. Or it comes in certain moments but disappears the second you're challenged or criticized or face something difficult. And without the feeling, you doubt, you question. You wonder if you're really enough after all, or if you're just pretending, just trying to convince yourself of something that isn't true. But here's what changes everything. You don't need to feel enough to be enough. The feeling is not required. The feeling is not the proof. Being enough is a fact, not a feeling. It exists independently of whether you feel it or not. Think about other facts in your life. The sun rose this morning. That's true whether you felt it or not, whether you noticed it or not, whether you believed it or not. The sun doesn't require your feeling about it to be true. It just is true, objectively, factually, regardless of your internal state. Being enough works the same way, You are enough, whether you feel it or not, whether you believe it or not, whether you have any emotional confirmation of it or not. It's just true, not because you feel it, but because it is. And you've been making this so much harder than it needs to be by requiring the feeling as proof, by treating your emotional state as the arbiter of truth. But feelings are terrible arbiters of truth. Feelings change constantly based on 1,000 factors that have nothing to do with reality. You feel inadequate when you're tired. You feel insufficient when you're comparing yourself to others. You feel not enough when you're criticized, or when you fail at something, or when you're reminded of your limitations. But none of these feelings change the underlying fact. You are enough. You were enough before the feeling arrived. You're enough while the feeling is absent. You'll be enough when the feeling returns. The feeling is not the thing itself. The feeling is just your emotional response to the thing. And emotional responses are notoriously unreliable. You don't need to feel enough to be enough. You just need to recognize that being enough is independent of feeling enough. This is hard to accept in a culture that tells us feelings are the ultimate truth, that we should trust our feelings, that our feelings tell us what's real. But feelings tell us what we're experiencing emotionally, not what's objectively true. There's a difference, an important difference. You can feel unloved while being deeply loved. You can feel like a failure while actually being successful. You can feel worthless while being incredibly valuable. The feeling doesn't determine the reality. The feeling is just the feeling, and reality exists separately from it. You are enough. That's the reality. That's the fact. That's what's true. And whether you feel it right now or not doesn't change that fact any more than your feelings about the sun change. Whether the sun exists. So what do you do with this? How do you live with being enough when you don't feel enough? You separate the two. You acknowledge the feeling without letting it determine what's true. I feel not enough right now, and I am enough anyway. Both can be true simultaneously. The feeling can exist. The fact can exist. They don't cancel each other out. You can feel inadequate and be adequate. You can feel insufficient and be sufficient. You can feel not enough and be enough. The feeling is just telling you about your emotional state. It's not telling you about your worth. It's not telling you about reality. It's not telling you the truth about who you are. It's just telling you that right now, in this moment, you're experiencing the emotion of not enoughness. And that's okay. Emotions are allowed to exist. They don't need to be true to be allowed. You don't need to feel enough to be enough. This might be the most liberating truth you've encountered in a long time, because it means you can stop waiting for the feeling. You can stop requiring emotional confirmation before you accept your own enoughness. You can just know it. Factually, the way you know other facts, not with emotional certainty, but with simple recognition of what's true. The sun exists. You are breathing. You are enough. All facts. All true. None requiring you to feel them to be real. And tonight, lying here not feeling enough, you can rest anyway, because the feeling is not required. You are enough without feeling it. You have always been enough without feeling it. And you will be enough tomorrow whether you feel it or not. The feeling would be nice. The feeling would be comforting. The feeling would make this easier. But the feeling is not necessary. The feeling is not the proof. The feeling is not what makes it true. What makes it true is that it's true. Simple as that. You are enough. Fact, reality, truth, whether you feel it or not. So stop waiting to feel it before you believe it. Stop requiring emotional confirmation before you accept it. Stop treating the absence of feeling as evidence of absence of truth. You don't need to feel enough to be enough. You just need to be, and you are, right now, enough. Feeling it or not feeling it. Believing it or doubting it. Certain or uncertain. None of it changes the fundamental fact. You are enough. You have always been enough. You will always be enough. The feeling can come or go as it pleases. The truth remains unchanged. And tonight, you can rest in that truth. Not in the feeling, in the truth. The simple, unchanging, feeling independent truth. You don't need to feel enough to be enough. You just need to be. And you are. So rest now. Enough. Whether you feel it or not, you keep scanning, searching, looking for what's missing, what's absent, what should be here, but isn't. Your mind moves through this moment like someone taking inventory, checking off what's present and noting what's lacking. And it always finds something lacking. Always, every single time. This moment would be complete if only you had more clarity, more certainty, more peace, more understanding, more of whatever quality you're convinced would make this moment finally feel whole. But here's what your searching mind cannot see. Nothing is missing from this moment. Nothing at all. Everything that this moment is supposed to contain is already here. Everything that belongs in this moment is already present. There are no missing pieces, no absent elements, no gaps that need filling. This moment is complete exactly as it is. Not because it's perfect, not because it contains everything you want, but because it contains everything that's actually here. And what's actually here is all that can be here right now. You think something is missing because you're comparing this moment to an imagined different moment. A moment that contains more peace, or more clarity, or more of whatever you think you need. But that imagined moment doesn't exist. Only this one exists. Only this one is real. Only this one is actually happening. And this one is complete. Whole. Nothing missing. Not because it matches your ideal, but because reality is always complete. Reality is always whole. Reality never has missing pieces. Your idea of reality might have missing pieces. Your preference for reality might identify lacks and absences. But actual reality, the moment you're actually in, contains exactly what it contains. No more, no less. And that is completeness. That is wholeness. Not having everything you want, but having everything that's actually here. Nothing is missing from this moment. You are breathing. Your heart is beating. You are alive. You are here. You are lying in bed. The bed is holding you. The air is surrounding you. Time is passing. All of this is present. All of this is here. All of this is real and actual and complete. What's missing is only what you think should be here, but isn't. And what you think should be here is based on imagination, not on what's actually possible in this moment. You think peace should be here. But if peace is not here, then this moment is not a peaceful moment. That doesn't make it incomplete. That makes it a moment without peace, which is a complete type of moment. You think clarity should be here, but if clarity is not here, then this moment is not a clear moment. That doesn't make it insufficient. That makes it a moment of uncertainty, which is a whole, complete moment of uncertainty. Every moment is complete as what it actually is, not as what you wish it were, as what it actually is. And this moment, right now, is complete as this exact moment, with exactly what it contains, with exactly what it doesn't contain. Nothing is missing, because missing implies something should be here that isn't. But nothing should be here except what is here. That's all that's possible. That's all that's real. The rest is imagination, preference, desire for things to be different than they are. And desire is fine. Preference is fine. Imagination is fine. But they don't create incompleteness in reality. They only create the feeling of incompleteness in your experience of reality. The moment itself remains whole, complete, nothing missing. You are whole right now, not because you have everything you want, not because you feel whole, but because you are what you are, completely in this moment. You are not missing pieces of yourself. You are not incomplete as a person. You are not lacking essential elements that would make you whole. You are whole, right now, as you are, with everything you have and everything you don't have, with everything you feel and everything you don't feel. Wholeness is not about having everything. Wholeness is about being complete as what you are, and you are complete as what you are. A human being, lying in bed, tired, thinking, breathing, alive, existing. All of that is complete. All of that is whole. Nothing missing. The peace you want would be an addition to this moment, not a missing piece of this moment. The clarity you seek would be a different moment, not a completion of this moment. This moment is already complete. It doesn't need anything added to be what it is. It already is what it is, fully, completely, wholly. And what it is includes you, exactly as you are, with exactly what you're experiencing, with exactly what you're thinking and feeling. All of that is here. All of that is present. All of that is part of the completeness of this moment. Nothing is missing from this moment. Not peace, not clarity, not certainty, not any quality you think would make this moment finally enough. This moment is already enough. It's already complete. It's already whole. Not because it's perfect, not because it meets your preferences, but because it is what it is, and what it is always complete as what it is. You can stop searching now. Stop scanning for what's missing. Stop trying to identify the absent piece that would make this moment whole. The moment is already whole. You are already whole. Nothing is missing. Everything that belongs in this moment is already here, including you, including your breath, including your aliveness. And that is enough. That is complete. That is whole. Nothing is missing from this moment. Not one thing. Not anywhere. Just this. Just exactly this. Just exactly what is. Complete, whole, nothing missing. And in this completeness, in this wholeness, in this nothing missingness, you can finally rest. Not because the moment is perfect, but because the moment is complete. And so are you. Nothing is missing. Everything that needs to be here is here. including you. Rest now in this complete moment, this whole moment, this nothing missing moment, because nothing is missing, and nothing ever was. You've been measuring your life against noise, against visibility, against impact that can be seen and counted and recognized by others. And by that measurement, your life feels small, quiet, unremarkable, insufficient. You look at people whose lives are loud, whose accomplishments are visible, whose contributions are acknowledged and celebrated, and you wonder if your quiet life counts at all. If a life is lived quietly, with no fanfare, no recognition, no evidence that the world even noticed you were here, is that life incomplete? Is it less than? Is it somehow not enough? This question has haunted you, maybe for years, maybe for decades. The worry that because your life is quiet, it's somehow not a full life, not a complete life, not a life that matters. But here's the truth that changes everything. Quiet lives are not incomplete lives. Quiet is not the same as empty. Small is not the same as insufficient. Unremarkable is not the same as meaningless. Your life has been lived in ways that never asked for notice, in ways that left no visible mark, in ways that no one will write about or remember or celebrate. And all of it counted. All of it mattered. All of it was enough. Think about what you've actually done with your life. Not the impressive parts. Not the parts that would sound good in a biography. The quiet parts. The invisible parts. The parts no one noticed. You've shown up, day after day, year after year, even when it was hard, even when no one was watching, even when there was no reward for showing up except the simple fact of having shown up. That counted. That mattered. That was enough. You've been kind, in small ways, in moments no one remembered, in interactions that felt unremarkable at the time but made someone's day slightly easier, slightly gentler, slightly more bearable. You've been present for people who needed someone to be there, for moments that required your attention, for responsibilities that didn't come with applause. You've endured through difficulties that left no visible scar, through challenges that no one knew you were facing, through ordinary struggles that are never celebrated because everyone assumes they're easy. You've cared about people, about things, about details that mattered to you, even if they mattered to no one else, about quality, even when no one would notice if you cut corners. You've tried, even when trying led nowhere, even when effort produced no visible result, even when no one saw how hard you were working or how much it cost you. All of this is enough. All of this is a complete life. All of this counts as having lived. But it's quiet. It's invisible. It's the kind of living that leaves no loud mark on the world. The kind of living that doesn't get recognized or celebrated or even particularly noticed. And you've been taught to believe that if it's not noticed, it doesn't count. That if your life doesn't make noise, it's not a full life. But this is wrong. Completely, fundamentally wrong. Most of life is quiet. Most of what makes life worth living happens in small, unremarkable moments. Most of what matters happens without fanfare or recognition. The visible accomplishments, the celebrated achievements, the loud moments of success. These are rare. These are exceptional. These are not what most of life is made of, for anyone. What most of life is made of is exactly what your life has been made of. ordinary days, small kindnesses, quiet persistence, invisible care, unremarkable showing up. This is what living actually looks like. For most people, for most of history, for most of existence. The loud lives, the celebrated lives, the lives that get written about. These are the exception, not the standard. These are not what a complete life requires. A complete life requires only that you lived it, that you were here, that you showed up for your small corner of existence and did what needed doing, even when no one was watching. You have done this for years, for decades, quietly, without recognition, without anyone noticing or celebrating or acknowledging what it took. And that is enough. That is a complete life. That is a life fully lived. Quiet lives are not incomplete lives. They are just quiet. And quiet is a perfectly valid way to live. You don't need to make noise to matter. You don't need to be visible to count. You don't need recognition to have lived a life worth living. You just need to have lived, to have been here, to have done what you could with what you had in the circumstances you faced. And you have, quietly, invisibly, in ways that never asked for notice, but asked for or not. It counted, all of it, every quiet moment, every small kindness, every invisible effort. It all counted as living, as mattering, as being enough. Your quiet life is not incomplete. It is just quiet. And quiet is not a deficit. Quiet is just a way of being. A perfectly valid, perfectly complete, perfectly enough way of being. You have been enough in ways that never asked for notice. And tonight, you can rest, knowing that unnoticed is not the same as uncounted. Everything counted. Everything mattered. Everything was enough. Your quiet life included. Your invisible efforts included. Your unremarkable existence included. All of it. Enough. Complete. Nothing missing. Quiet lives are not incomplete lives. They are just quiet, and quiet is enough. You've been measuring your contribution by what you've added, what you've built, what you've created, what you've accomplished that wasn't there before. And when you look at your life through this lens, your contribution seems small, insufficient, not enough to justify the time you've been alive, because you haven't built empires, you haven't created masterpieces, you haven't accomplished extraordinary things that change the world in visible ways. You've mostly just endured, just kept going, just survived through difficult circumstances and ordinary days and the slow passage of time. And endurance doesn't feel like contribution. It doesn't feel like enough. It feels like the bare minimum, like just getting by, like not accomplishing anything meaningful. But here's what you're missing when you dismiss endurance as insufficient. Endurance is a complete contribution, not a lesser form of contribution, not a consolation prize for people who couldn't accomplish more. A complete, full, worthy contribution in its own right. You have endured through years, through difficulties, through circumstances that tested you, through losses that changed you, through ordinary struggles that never made headlines but were hard nonetheless. You have kept going when stopping would have been easier. You have continued when giving up was tempting. You have persisted when nothing visible rewarded your persistence. That is contribution, real contribution, the kind that holds life together. the kind that keeps families functioning and communities intact and civilization possible. Because not everyone gets to build and create and accomplish. Some people spend their energy just enduring, just surviving, just making it through circumstances that require everything they have just to keep going. And those people are contributing, fully, completely. Their endurance matters. Their persistence counts. Their survival is valuable. You think contribution has to be addition, has to be creation, has to be building something that wasn't there before. But contribution can also be maintenance, can also be preservation, can also be holding steady when everything wants to fall apart. You have held steady through circumstances that wanted to break you, through difficulties that could have destroyed you, through years that required all your strength just to survive. That is complete contribution, not partial, not insufficient, complete. Think about what endurance actually requires. It requires strength, daily strength, the kind that doesn't announce itself, the kind that looks like just getting up in the morning, the kind that appears unremarkable from the outside. But it's not unremarkable. It's the foundation of everything. It's what allows all other contributions to happen. It's what keeps life continuing when life gets hard. You have provided that foundation for yourself, for people who depend on you, for the ongoing existence of your life and the lives connected to yours. That's not nothing. That's not insufficient. That's complete contribution. Endurance holds things together when they want to fall apart, maintains existence when existence becomes difficult, preserves what matters when preservation requires everything you have. And you have done this for years, maybe for decades, quietly, without recognition, without anyone acknowledging how hard it was or how much it took. But it was hard. It did take everything, and you did it anyway. You endured. You persisted. You kept going. That is complete contribution, full contribution, contribution that counts as much as any building or creating or accomplishing, because without endurance, nothing else is possible. Without people who keep going, who hold steady, who persist through difficulty, nothing gets built, nothing gets created, nothing survives. Endurance is not the absence of contribution. Endurance is foundational contribution, the kind everything else rests on, the kind that makes all other kinds possible. You have contributed through your endurance, through every day you kept going, through every moment you didn't give up, through every year you survived. All of it counted. All of it mattered. All of it was complete contribution, not lesser than creating, not inferior to building, not insufficient compared to accomplishing, different, equally valuable, equally necessary, equally worthy of recognition and respect. You don't need to have built something to have contributed something. You don't need to have created masterpieces to have given something valuable. You don't need visible accomplishments to have made a complete contribution. You just need to have endured, to have kept going, to have survived through circumstances that required survival. And you have, for all these years, through all these difficulties, despite all the reasons stopping would have been easier. That is complete contribution. That is full participation in life. That is enough. Endurance is not the bare minimum. It's not just getting by. It's not failing to accomplish something better. Endurance is active contribution, deliberate persistence, chosen continuation when giving up was always available. And you have chosen to continue, to endure, to keep going, through everything. That choice matters. That persistence counts. That endurance is complete contribution. You have contributed enough through your endurance alone. Everything else is addition. But the endurance itself is already complete, already sufficient, already worthy, already enough. You don't owe more than endurance. You don't need to add accomplishment on top of survival. You don't need to build or create or achieve to justify your existence. Your endurance justifies your existence. Your persistence proves your worth. Your continued survival is complete contribution. Rest tonight, knowing you have contributed enough. Through enduring, through persisting, through keeping going when stopping was always an option. That is complete contribution. That has always been complete contribution. That will always be enough. Endurance is a complete contribution. Your endurance included. Your years of keeping going included. Your survival through difficulty included. All of it. Complete, full, enough. Nothing more required. You have endured. And endurance is complete contribution. Always has been. Always will be. You've been showing up. For years. For people. For responsibilities. For life. Consistently. Reliably. Even when it's hard. But when you look at what your showing up has accomplished, you see very little change. The situation is mostly the same. The problems persist. The difficulties continue. Nothing has fundamentally shifted despite your consistent presence. And this makes you wonder if your showing up even matters. If presence counts when it doesn't produce change. If being there is valuable when nothing gets better because you're there. You feel like showing up should accomplish something, should improve something, should create visible change that justifies the effort of continuing to be present. But it doesn't. You keep showing up and things stay mostly the same. The person you're supporting still struggles. The situation you're managing still challenges you. The life you're living still feels difficult. And so your showing up feels pointless, wasted, insufficient. Like it doesn't count because it doesn't change anything. But here's what you're not seeing. Showing up counts even when nothing changes. Presence matters even when it doesn't produce improvement. Being there is valuable even when the situation stays the same. Because showing up prevents things from getting worse. Presence provides stability. Being there creates consistency that, while not visibly dramatic, is fundamentally important. Think about what would happen if you stopped showing up, if you withdrew your presence, if you stopped being there consistently. Would things stay the same, or would they deteriorate? Would the person you support manage just as well, or would they struggle more? Would the situation remain stable, or would it collapse? Your showing up is holding things together, maintaining stability, preventing deterioration. And this matters enormously even though it produces no visible change. You're comparing your presence to some imagined transformative presence that would fix everything, that would solve problems, that would create dramatic improvement. But that's not what most presence does. Most presence just maintains, just provides stability. just offers consistency that prevents things from falling apart. And that is valuable. That is meaningful. That is worthy contribution, even though it's not dramatic or transformative. Your showing up counts. Every time, every day, even when nothing changes, even when the situation stays exactly the same, even when you can't see any result from your consistent presence. It counts as reliability, as stability, as someone being there when being there matters, and being there always matters. To the person who needs someone present, to the situation that needs consistent attention, to the life that needs showing up, even when showing up doesn't transform anything. You think showing up only counts if it produces change. But showing up counts because it's showing up, because presence itself has value, because consistency itself matters. The person you show up for knows you'll be there. That knowing creates security. That security allows them to function better than they would without it. Even if their situation doesn't change, your presence makes the unchanged situation more bearable. That's not nothing. That's significant. That's valuable contribution even without visible change. The situation you show up for remains stable because you're there. That stability prevents chaos. That prevention is important even though it's invisible, even though it looks like nothing is happening. Something is happening. Deterioration is not happening. Collapse is not happening. Things falling apart is not happening. Because you're showing up, because you're present, because you're there consistently. That matters. That counts. That is enough. Showing up counts even when nothing changes because maintaining is valuable. Because stability matters. Because preventing things from getting worse is real contribution. You don't need to fix everything to matter. You don't need to transform situations to count. You don't need visible results to prove your presence is valuable. You just need to show up consistently, reliably, even when nothing changes, especially when nothing changes. Because consistent presence in unchanging difficulty is one of the hardest, most valuable things a person can offer. It doesn't look impressive. It doesn't create stories worth telling. It doesn't produce results you can point to. But it matters deeply to the people who need someone to show up, to the situations that need consistent attention, to the life that needs living, even when living doesn't produce visible change. You have been showing up for years, through unchanging difficulty, through situations that don't improve despite your presence. And all of that showing up counted. All of it mattered. All of it was valuable contribution, even though it didn't change anything. Because showing up counts even when nothing changes. Your presence matters even when it doesn't produce improvement. Being there is enough, even when the situation stays the same. You don't need results to validate your showing up. You don't need change to prove your presence matters. You don't need visible improvement to know you've contributed something valuable. You just need to recognize that showing up is valuable in itself. That presence matters for its own sake. That consistency counts even without transformation. And you have shown up consistently, reliably, through everything, even when nothing changed, especially when nothing changed. That is enough. That has always been enough. That will always count as meaningful contribution. Showing up counts even when nothing changes. Your showing up included, your presence included, your years of being there included. All of it counted, all of it mattered, all of it was enough. Change or no change. Rest tonight, knowing your showing up has always mattered, always counted, always been enough, even when nothing visible resulted from it. Showing up counts even when nothing changes, and you have shown up again and again, and that is enough. You've been listening for enough, waiting for it to announce itself, expecting it to arrive with fanfare or clarity or some unmistakable signal that, yes, finally, you've reached it. You think enough will be loud when it's real, that it will feel certain, that it will declare itself in ways you can't miss or doubt or question. That one day you'll wake up and know, clearly and definitely, that you are enough, that you've done enough, that you've become enough, and that knowing will be loud and clear and unmistakable. But enough never arrives that way. It doesn't announce itself. It doesn't make noise. It doesn't declare its presence in loud, clear ways. Because enough is not louder when it's real. Enough is actually quieter when it's real. So quiet you might miss it entirely while listening for something louder. Real enough is subtle, gentle, easy to overlook. It doesn't shout or demand attention or insist you notice it. It just exists, quietly, constantly, without fanfare, without announcement, without any of the drama you've been expecting. You are enough right now, have been for years. But it's been so quiet you haven't noticed. You've been listening for something louder, something more obvious, something that feels more like the arrival you've been anticipating. But enough doesn't arrive. It doesn't come from somewhere else. It doesn't suddenly appear after sufficient effort or achievement or growth. Enough is already here, already present, already true, just very, very quiet about it. Think about the loudest voices in your life, the ones that get your attention most easily, the ones you hear most clearly. Are they the voices of truth, or are they the voices of fear, doubt, criticism, anxiety? The voices that shout that you're not enough yet, not there yet, not ready yet. Those voices are loud, insistent, impossible to ignore. They demand your attention constantly, and so you listen to them. You believe them. You assume that because they're loud, they must be telling you something true and important. But loud is not the same as true. Loud is just loud. Volume doesn't indicate validity. The truth about your enoughness is quiet, gentle, easy to miss under all the loud voices insisting you're not there yet. But it's there. It's always been there. Quiet and steady and constant and true. You are enough. Right now. Have been all along. Will be tomorrow. This is true whether you hear it or not, whether it's loud or quiet, whether it announces itself or not. The truth is quiet, and you've been listening for loud, and so you've missed it. Not because it's not there, but because you're listening at the wrong volume. Enough is not louder when it's real. It's quieter, gentler, more subtle, more easily overlooked. Real enough doesn't shout. It whispers. It exists in the quiet spaces between the loud doubts. It lives in the gentle recognition that you're here, alive, doing what you can. You won't hear it if you're listening for fanfare. You won't notice it if you're waiting for certainty. You won't recognize it if you're expecting it to feel dramatic. Because it's not dramatic. It's simple. It's quiet. It's the gentle truth beneath all the loud noise. You are enough. This truth exists at whisper volume, at gentle volume, at barely there volume, and you have to listen very quietly to hear it. You have to turn down all the loud voices. You have to create space for quiet truth to be noticed. The loud voices will tell you you're not enough until you achieve more, become more, fix more, improve more. They're very convincing because they're very loud, but they're wrong. And the quiet truth knows they're wrong, but it won't shout to compete with them. It just continues existing quietly, waiting for you to notice. Enough is not louder when it's real. If anything, it's quieter, because real truth doesn't need to shout. It just needs to exist. And it does. Quietly, constantly. You are enough right now. This is true at whisper volume, at gentle volume, at the quietest possible volume. Can you hear it? Under all the loud doubts, between all the shouting criticism, in the space underneath the noise, you are enough, quietly, gently, without announcement, without fanfare, without any of the volume you've been waiting for. Just quietly true, constantly true, softly true. Enough is not louder when it's real. It's quieter. And you've been listening for loud, and that's why you've missed it. But it's here. It's always been here. Quiet and gentle and true. You are enough. Can you hear it now? The quiet truth, the gentle knowing, the soft recognition. You are enough. Not at shooting volume, at whisper volume, at barely there volume. But volume doesn't determine truth. Quiet truth is still truth. Gentle knowing is still knowing. Soft recognition is still real. You are enough. Quietly, gently, softly. True at whisper volume. And that's all the volume truth needs. It doesn't need to shout to be real. It just needs to exist. And it does. Quietly, constantly, truly. Here, now, always. You are enough. Listen quietly. You'll hear it. The gentle truth, the quiet knowing, the soft recognition. You are enough. Not loud, just true. And that's all it needs to be. You've been measuring your life against size, against scope, against scale, against some imagined version of a life that takes up more space, reaches more people, makes a bigger impact. And by that measurement, your life feels small, contained, limited, insufficient. You look at lives that are large and visible and far-reaching, lives that touch thousands of people, lives that create change at scale, lives that have significant, measurable impact on the world. And then you look at your life, small, quiet, reaching a handful of people, creating change only in your immediate vicinity, having impact that can't be measured in any significant way. And you feel like your life needed to be larger. Like the small shape it has is evidence that you didn't live up to your potential. Like you should have made your life bigger somehow. But here's the truth you keep missing. Your life did not need a larger shape. The size it has is exactly the size it needed to be. The scale it operates at is exactly the right scale for your particular life. Small is not the same as insufficient. Contained is not the same as wasted. Limited reach is not the same as limited value. Your life has the shape it has because that's the shape your life could have. That's the shape your circumstances created. That's the shape your energy and capacity and resources allowed. And that shape is enough. Not too small, not insufficient, just the right size for what your life actually is. You think a larger life is a better life, that more reach equals more value, that bigger impact means more meaningful existence. But this is not true. Size does not determine value. Scale does not determine meaning. Reach does not determine worth. A small life can be as meaningful as a large life. A contained existence can be as valuable as an expansive one. A life that touches few people can matter as much as a life that touches millions. Because meaning is not measured by size. Value is not determined by reach. Worth is not calculated by scale. Your small life has touched the people it touched deeply. Your contained existence has created meaning in the space it occupied. Your limited reach has mattered enormously to the people within that reach. That is enough. That is complete. That is a full life regardless of its size. Think about the people your life has actually touched. Not millions, maybe dozens, maybe even fewer, but touched deeply, really touched, made a difference to. Those people matter. Those connections matter. That impact matters just as much as impact at scale, just as much as reach that extends to thousands. Because to the person you affected their entire world. To the life you touched their one life, which is the only life they have. Scale doesn't make that more meaningful. More people doesn't make individual impact more valuable. Larger reach doesn't make deep connection less important. Your small life created real impact on real people in real ways. That is complete contribution. That is full meaning. That is enough. You don't need a larger shape. You don't need more reach. You don't need to touch more people to have lived a meaningful life. You just need to have lived the life you actually lived. Touched the people you actually touched. Made the impact you actually made. And you have. In the shape your life actually has. At the scale your life actually operates. With the reach your life actually achieved. That is enough. That has always been enough. That will always be a complete life. Your life did not need a larger shape. It needed the shape it has. The shape that fit your circumstances. The shape that matched your capacity. The shape that was actually possible for you. And that shape is sufficient. Not too small. Not insufficient. Not evidence of unfulfilled potential. Just right. Just enough. Just complete in its own particular size. Some lives are meant to be large, to reach widely, to operate at significant scale. Those lives are valuable. And some lives are meant to be small, to reach deeply, to operate in contained ways. Those lives are equally valuable. Yours is the second kind. Small, contained, deep rather than wide, focused rather than expansive. And that is not less than. That is not insufficient. That is just a different shape. An equally valid shape. An equally complete shape. Your life did not need a larger shape. It needed exactly the shape it has. The shape it actually has. The shape you actually created within your actual circumstances. And that shape is enough. Complete, whole, nothing missing, nothing insufficient about its size. Small is enough. Contained is enough. Limited reach is enough. Your life's particular shape is enough. Rest tonight, knowing your life did not need to be larger. It needed to be exactly what it is, the size it is, the shape it has, and that is enough. That has always been enough. That will always be complete. Your life did not need a larger shape. It needed your shape, the one it has, the one you created, the one that is perfectly, completely, sufficiently yours, small and enough, contained and complete, limited and sufficient, exactly the right size. Your life did not need a larger shape, just the one it has, and it has always been enough. You've been measuring the care you give by what remains after, by what can be seen, by what can be proven, by what leaves evidence that you were here, that you cared, that you made a difference. And when you look back at your life through this lens, so much of your care seems to vanish. It left no record, no lasting evidence, no proof that it happened or that it mattered. The comfort you offered that was felt in the moment and then forgotten. The kindness you showed that made someone's day easier but left no permanent mark. The patience you extended that helped someone get through a hard moment but created no lasting memory. All of this care seems to disappear when you try to measure it, when you try to count it, when you try to prove that it mattered. And this makes you wonder if it counted at all. If care that leaves no record is really care. If invisible kindness is really kindness. If support that can't be proven really happened in any meaningful way. But here's the truth you need to understand tonight. Care that leaves no record still matters, still counts, still was real and valuable and important, even though it left no trace. The fact that something can't be measured doesn't mean it wasn't meaningful. The fact that something isn't remembered doesn't mean it didn't matter. The fact that something left no permanent evidence doesn't mean it had no impact. Think about all the care you've received in your life, not the grand gestures, not the memorable moments, the small, quiet acts of care that happened in passing. Someone held a door for you when your hands were full. Someone smiled at you on a hard day. Someone was patient with you when you were struggling. Someone listened when you needed to talk. Do you remember every instance? Can you list them all? Can you provide evidence that they happened? Probably not. Most of them have faded from memory. Most left no record. Most disappeared into the past without leaving permanent traces. But did they matter at the time? Did they help? Did they make your life slightly easier, slightly gentler, slightly more bearable? Yes, they absolutely did. Even if you can't remember them now, even if they left no record, even if they can't be proven, they mattered in the moment, when they happened, to you, really and truly. Your care works the same way. The care you've given throughout your life that left no record still mattered, still helped, still made someone's experience of being alive slightly easier. You don't remember every kind thing you've done. You can't list every patient moment. You can't prove every time you've been gentle or understanding or supportive. But all of those moments happened. All of them mattered. All of them counted as care, as kindness, as contribution to someone else's well-being. The fact that they left no record doesn't diminish their value. It just means they were the kind of care that happens in ordinary moments. The kind that doesn't announce itself or create lasting monuments. The kind that simply serves in the moment and then releases. This is actually the most common kind of care, the most frequent form of kindness, the everyday support that keeps human life bearable, not grand gestures, not memorable moments, just small, quiet, unremarkable acts of care that happen constantly between people and then fade into the background of life. You have participated in this kind of care countless times, in ways you don't remember, in moments that left no record, in interactions that seemed unremarkable at the time. And all of it mattered. All of it counted. All of it was real care, even though it can't be proven now. You were there for someone when they needed someone. You were kind when kindness was needed. You were patient when patience was required. You offered comfort when comfort made a difference. The fact that neither of you remembers it now doesn't mean it didn't happen, doesn't mean it wasn't valuable, doesn't mean it didn't matter. It just means it was ordinary care, common kindness, the unremarkable support that doesn't leave records but makes life livable. And ordinary care is still care. Common kindness is still kindness. Unremarkable support still matters. You don't need evidence to validate that you've been a caring person. You don't need records to prove that your kindness counted. You don't need permanent traces to know that your support made a difference. You just need to recognize that most care happens without fanfare. Most kindness occurs without witnesses. Most support is given in ways that leave no lasting evidence. And all of it matters. All of it counts. All of it is real and valuable and important. The care you've given throughout your life, the vast majority of which left no record, still mattered deeply to the people who received it, in the moments when it happened, in the countless small ways that care makes existence more bearable. You have been a caring person, not because you can prove it, not because there are records, not because there's evidence that will last forever, but because you have cared, in small ways, in quiet moments, in ordinary interactions that seemed unremarkable but made someone's day slightly easier. All of that counted. All of that mattered. All of that was enough. Care that leaves no record still matters. Your care included. Your kindness included. Your support included. Even though you can't remember all of it, even though you can't prove it, even though it left no permanent trace, it was real. It mattered. It counted as a life lived with care for others. And that is more than enough. Record or no record. Tonight, rest knowing that the invisible care you've given throughout your life was not wasted, was not meaningless, was not insufficient just because it can't be measured. It was care. Real care, valuable care, care that mattered in the moments when it was needed. And that has always been enough. Evidence or no evidence, record or no record, your care mattered. All of it, including the parts no one remembers. There were years when you didn't know if you were enough, when you questioned yourself constantly, when every choice felt uncertain and every step felt shaky. Years when you looked at your life and couldn't tell if you were doing it right, couldn't tell if you were good enough, couldn't tell if you measured up to what you were supposed to be. You were unsure, deeply unsure, unsure about your choices, unsure about your worth, unsure about whether you belonged or mattered or had anything valuable to offer. And in that uncertainty, you assumed you weren't enough. You thought the doubt itself was evidence of insufficiency. You believed that if you were really enough, you would know it. You would feel certain. You would have confidence. But here's what you didn't understand then, and maybe still don't understand now. You were enough even when you were unsure. The doubt didn't diminish your worth. The uncertainty didn't make you less. The lack of confidence didn't prove insufficiency. You were enough. During all those uncertain years, during all those doubtful moments, during all that time when you questioned whether you had any value at all, you were enough, completely, entirely, fully. The uncertainty was just uncertainty, not evidence of lacking, not proof of insufficiency, just the normal human experience of not always knowing for certain whether you're doing okay. Think about what you actually did during those uncertain years. You kept going. You kept showing up. You kept trying, even though you didn't know if your efforts were good enough. You made choices, even though you weren't sure they were right. You took steps, even though you didn't know where they'd lead. You continued existing, even though you doubted your own value. That took strength, real strength. The kind of strength that doesn't get acknowledged because it's quiet, because it looks like just getting by, because from the outside it doesn't seem remarkable, but it was remarkable. You were enough during all of it, not despite the uncertainty, not after the uncertainty ended, during it, while it was happening, while you doubted everything, including yourself. The doubt didn't make you not enough. It just made you human. It made you someone honest enough to admit they don't always know. Someone real enough to acknowledge uncertainty rather than pretend confidence they don't feel. That's not a weakness. That's not insufficiency. That's just being honest about the human condition. Nobody knows for certain if they're enough. Some people pretend they do. Some people perform confidence convincingly. Some people hide their doubts so well that they seem certain. But inside, in their private moments, in their honest thoughts, they doubt too. They wonder too. They question whether they're enough too. The uncertainty is not unique to you. It's not evidence that you're different or lesser or insufficient. It's just part of being human, part of being honest, part of being real. You were enough even when you were unsure. During all those years, during all those moments, during all that time when you thought the doubt meant you weren't. You were. You always were. The uncertainty changed nothing about your fundamental worth. And here's something else. The uncertainty didn't prevent you from being enough for the people who needed you. Didn't prevent you from showing up. Didn't prevent you from offering what you had to offer. You doubted yourself while still being a good friend, while still being a caring person, while still contributing what you could contribute, while still mattering to people who mattered. The uncertainty existed in your head. But in reality, in actual lived experience, you were still enough, still valuable, still worthy, still making a difference, even while doubting whether you were. Your doubt was never visible proof of your insufficiency. It was invisible struggle that you carried privately while still being enough publicly. You were enough, even when you were unsure. This is crucial to understand, because you might still be unsure. You might still doubt. You might still question whether you're enough. And if you are, you need to know that the doubt doesn't mean anything about your actual worth. It doesn't prove you're not enough. It doesn't indicate insufficiency. It just means you're human, honest, real enough to admit uncertainty rather than fake confidence. And human is enough. Honest is enough. Real is enough. Even with all the doubt, even with all the uncertainty, even with all the questions, you were enough even when you were unsure. You are enough even now if you're still unsure. You will be enough tomorrow, even if uncertainty remains. Because enough is not dependent on confidence. Enough is not proven by certainty. Enough is not contingent on knowing for sure that you're enough. Enough just is. With doubt, with uncertainty, with all the questions you carry about whether you measure up. You measure up. You always did. Even during the years when you couldn't feel it. Even during the moments when you didn't believe it. Even during all that time when you were sure the doubt meant you weren't. You were. You always were. The doubt was just doubt. Not evidence. Not proof. Just the normal human experience of uncertainty. And you were enough through all of it. Uncertain and enough. Doubtful and valuable. Questioning and worthy. All of it true at the same time. The uncertainty didn't cancel out the enoughness. It just coexisted with it. You were enough even when you were unsure. Remember this. Hold on to this. Let it be true even if you can't feel it with certainty. Because it is true. It was always true. It will always be true. Doubt doesn't diminish worth. Uncertainty doesn't prove insufficiency. Questions don't invalidate value. You were enough. You are enough. Even while unsure. Even with doubt. Even without certainty. Enough. Then, now, always. Unsure or not. There are days you look back on and see nothing. Days that feel like they vanished without producing anything. Days that seem to have been wasted entirely. You woke up with intentions, maybe plans, maybe goals for what you'd accomplish. And then the day happened, or didn't happen, and you went to bed feeling like nothing was achieved, like the day was lost, like you wasted time you can never get back. And when you think about these days, you feel shame. You feel like those days don't count. Like they were subtracted from your life rather than added to it. Like you failed at the basic task of living a day productively. But here's what you're missing when you judge these days so harshly. Enough exists even in days that feel wasted. Even in days where nothing visible was accomplished. Even in days that seem, from your current perspective, to have been completely empty. Those days were not wasted. They were lived. And lived days are never wasted days. Never empty days. Never days that don't count. You were alive during those days. Your heart beat. Your lungs breathed. Your body maintained itself. Your existence continued. That is not nothing. That is never nothing. You think a day is wasted if you didn't produce something. If you didn't check things off a list. If you didn't make visible progress toward goals. If you didn't accomplish what you intended to accomplish. But living is not the same as producing. Existing is not the same as achieving. A day of life is not wasted just because it wasn't productive. Sometimes days are for resting. Sometimes days are for recovering. Sometimes days are for simply maintaining your existence without adding anything extra to it. And these days count. They matter. They are necessary parts of a sustainable life. You cannot produce every day. You cannot achieve every day. You cannot make visible progress every day. Some days you can only exist, and existing is enough. Those days that feel wasted, you were probably exhausted, probably depleted, probably running on empty and needing rest more than you needed productivity. And you rested, or you tried to rest, or you existed in that strange space between resting and feeling guilty about not working. And that day was not wasted. It was a day you needed, a day your body required, a day that served the purpose of giving you space to not produce for once. That's not waste. That's necessary. That's part of sustainable living. That's honoring your human limitations. Think about what actually makes a day wasted. Is it the lack of productivity? Or is it the lack of meaning? Is it not accomplishing tasks? Or is it not experiencing anything that mattered? Because even on days where you accomplished nothing visible, something was happening. You were experiencing life. You were having thoughts. You were feeling feelings. You were existing in time. And all of that is meaningful. All of that matters. All of that counts as having lived the day. The day was not wasted just because you have nothing tangible to show for it. The day happened. You lived through it. You experienced it. That is never waste. You might look back and wish you'd used the day differently. That's fine. That's normal. That's human hindsight seeing possibilities you couldn't see at the time. But wishing you'd made different choices doesn't mean the day was wasted. It just means you're human. You're learning. You're growing in your understanding of what you need and how you want to live. Even days that feel wasted contribute to your life. They teach you something. They show you something about yourself. They reveal what doesn't work or what you need or what you're struggling with. That's not waste. That's learning. That's part of the process of becoming more aware of how to live your particular life in your particular body with your particular needs. Enough exists even in days that feel wasted. Because the day was lived. Because you were alive during it. Because time passed and you experienced it. And that experience was real, even if it produced nothing visible. You cannot waste a day of life by living it. You can only live it, productively or unproductively, successfully or unsuccessfully, with accomplishment or without accomplishment. But all of it is living. All of it counts. All of it is enough. The days you judge as wasted were still days of your life, still part of your story, still contributing to who you are, even if you can't see how. Nothing is wasted in a life. Everything that happens, happens. Everything you experience. Everything you live through. And all of it shapes you. All of it matters. All of it is part of the complete picture of your existence. Even the days that feel empty. Even the days that feel lost. Even the days that feel like they shouldn't count. They count. They all count. Because they were all lived. Because you were alive during them. Because life doesn't have wasted days. It only has days. And every day you're alive is a day that matters. Enough exists even in days that feel wasted. Your enoughness didn't disappear on those days. Your worth didn't vanish because you didn't produce anything. You were still enough, still valuable, still worthy of existence, still counting as a person who matters. Productivity doesn't determine worth. Accomplishment doesn't determine enoughness. Visible results don't determine whether a day or a life matters. You matter, every day, productive or not, accomplished or not, wasted feeling or not. You matter. The days matter. All of it matters. None of it is waste. Enough exists even in days that feel wasted, because enough exists in all days, in every day. In any day you're alive and breathing. Those are the only requirements. Alive, breathing, here. That's enough. That's always enough. That makes every day count, even the ones that feel wasted. Especially the ones that feel wasted. They count too. They matter too. They are enough too. Rest tonight, knowing that no day of your life has been wasted. Not one, not ever. Because you lived them, and lived days are never wasted. They're just lived, and that is always, always enough. You judge your efforts against some imagined standard of what you should have been able to do, how hard you should have tried, how much you should have accomplished, how far you should have pushed yourself. And by that standard, your efforts often fall short. You look back at what you actually did and compare it to what you think you should have done, and you find yourself lacking. You should have tried harder. You should have done more. You should have pushed through. You should have been stronger. You should have given more effort. But here's what this judgment completely ignores. Your effort was shaped by the energy you had, not the energy you wish you'd had, not the energy someone else might have had, not the energy you think you should have had. The actual energy you actually had in that actual moment. And that energy determined what was possible for you, what you could give, what you could do, how hard you could try. You didn't have unlimited energy. You had the energy you had, limited by circumstances, limited by your body's capacity, limited by what you'd already expended, limited by what you had available in that moment. And you gave what you could give with that energy. You did what you could do with that capacity. You tried as hard as you could try with what you had. That's not insufficient effort. That's appropriate effort. That's realistic effort. That's the effort that was actually possible given your actual energy level. You think you should have tried harder, but you're judging with hindsight. With rest, you didn't have then. With energy, you've since recovered. With perspective, you couldn't access in the moment. From here, now, with current energy, it seems like you could have done more then, but you couldn't. Because then, you didn't have current energy. You had then energy, which was less, which was limited, which was what it was. And you worked with what you had. You tried with the energy available to you. You gave what was possible to give, given your actual capacity. That's not a failure of effort. That's just reality. That's just how human bodies and human energy work. You cannot give energy you don't have. You cannot try harder than your capacity allows. You cannot push beyond your actual limits, no matter how much you think you should. The limits are real. The energy constraints are real. The capacity you had in that moment was real, and it determined what was possible. You did what was possible. Given what you had, given your energy, given your capacity, given your circumstances. And that was enough. Not because it matched some ideal, but because it was what was actually possible. And what's actually possible is always enough. You might have had more energy if circumstances were different, if you'd slept better, if you'd been less stressed, if you'd had more support, if life had been easier. But circumstances weren't different. You didn't sleep better. You were stressed. You didn't have more support. Life wasn't easier. And so your energy was what it was, shaped by all of those factors, limited by all of those realities. And you worked with that energy. You tried with that capacity. You gave what was possible to give. That's not insufficient. That's responsive. That's working with reality rather than pretending you have resources you don't have. Your effort was shaped by the energy you had. This is true for every effort you've ever made, every time you've tried, every moment you've pushed yourself. The energy available determined what was possible, and what you did was always within the range of possible given that energy. You've never failed to try hard enough. You've only had varying levels of energy that shaped how much trying was actually possible. And on days when energy was low, your efforts were smaller. Not because you didn't care, not because you gave up, not because you weren't trying, but because that's all the energy you had. That's all the capacity was available. That's all that was possible. And it was enough. It's always enough, because possible is always enough. You don't owe the world effort beyond your capacity. You don't owe yourself pushing past your energy limits. You don't owe anyone more than what's actually possible given what you actually have. You owe appropriate effort, realistic effort, effort shaped by actual energy and actual capacity and actual circumstances. And that's what you've always given. Always. Every time. Every effort shaped by the energy you had. Never insufficient. Never not enough. Never failing to try hard enough. Just realistic. Just possible. Just appropriate to your actual capacity in each actual moment. Your effort was shaped by the energy you had. Accept this. Let it be true. Let it release you from the impossible standard of should have tried harder. You tried as hard as you could with what you had. That's all anyone can do. That's all anyone has ever been able to do. And it was enough. It's always been enough. Because effort shaped by actual energy is always sufficient. You have nothing to apologize for, nothing to feel guilty about, nothing to judge yourself harshly for. You tried with what you had, and what you had determined what was possible, and what was possible was what you did. Enough. Then, now, always. Energy-appropriate effort is always enough. Rest tonight knowing you've tried hard enough, given enough, done enough, with the energy you had, which was the only energy that mattered, the only energy that was real, the only energy that shaped what was actually possible. And what was possible was what you did. And it was enough. You've been treating your life like outdated software, like something that needs constant updates, like version 1.0 that should have been 2.0 by now, should be working toward 3.0, should always be improving towards some better, more advanced version. You look at your life and see flaws, bugs, features that need fixing, areas that need improvement, ways you should be better, different, more advanced than you currently are. And this constant need for upgrading exhausts you, because there's always something else to fix, always another version to work toward, always another way you're not quite current, not quite good enough, not quite the latest version you should be. But here's what you need to understand tonight. Nothing about your life needs to be upgraded. Not one thing. Not right now. Not before you're allowed to rest. Your life is not software that becomes obsolete. Your existence is not a product that needs constant improvement to remain viable. You are not version 1.0 waiting to become version 2.0. You are just you, living, existing, being human in the way humans actually are, imperfect, incomplete, constantly evolving naturally without requiring forced upgrades. The flaws you see are not bugs. They're features. They're part of being human. They're characteristics of a real, actual, living person rather than an idealized, perfected, upgraded version. And real, actual, living people don't need upgrades. They just need acceptance. They just need permission to be exactly what they are without constantly being pushed towards some better version. You are not a draft. You are not a prototype. You are not a beta version waiting to be improved before official release. You are the release. You are the current version. You are exactly what you're supposed to be right now. Not because you're perfect, not because you have no room for growth, but because you're real. You're here. You're living your actual life in your actual way. And that doesn't need upgrading. That needs living. That needs experiencing. That needs being exactly what it is without constant pressure to become something else. You think your life needs upgrading because you've been taught that improvement is always good. That becoming better is always the goal. That staying the same means stagnation. But life is not a technology product. Life is not something that becomes obsolete if it's not constantly improved. Life is just life, unfolding, happening, being exactly what it is in each moment. And what it is right now doesn't need upgrading. It just needs to be lived, to be experienced, to be allowed to exist without constant evaluation of how it could be better. Your relationships don't need upgrading. They need presence. They need attention. They need you showing up as you actually are, not as some upgraded version you think you should become first. Your work doesn't need upgrading. It needs your effort. It needs your engagement. It needs you doing what you can with what you have, not waiting until you're somehow better before you give it your full participation. Yourself doesn't need upgrading. Yourself needs acceptance, needs recognition, needs permission to be exactly what it is without constantly being measured against some imagined better version. Nothing about your life needs to be upgraded. Not your habits, not your choices, not your circumstances, not your capabilities, not anything. All of it can exist exactly as it is, imperfect, incomplete, flawed in the ways that real things are flawed. And it's still enough, still valid, still worthy of being lived without constant improvement. This doesn't mean you never grow. This doesn't mean you never change. This doesn't mean you're not allowed to improve things when improvement feels natural and right. This just means you don't have to. You don't need to upgrade to be acceptable. You don't need to become version 2.0 before you're allowed to feel okay about version 1.0. You can just be version 1.0 for as long as you need to be, for as long as it takes, without apology, without justification, without constant pressure to upgrade, because you are not a product. You are a person, And people don't need upgrades. They just need permission to be human, permission to be imperfect, permission to exist exactly as they are. Nothing about your life needs to be upgraded. Not tonight, not before you sleep, not before you're allowed to rest. You can rest as version 1.0, as the current you, as the imperfect, incomplete, flawed human you actually are right now. You don't need to become version 2.0 first. You don't need to fix the bugs first. You don't need to improve the features first. You just need to rest, to sleep, to exist for a few hours without the constant pressure to be better. Nothing about your life needs to be upgraded. This is permission. This is freedom. This is release from the exhausting cycle of constant self-improvement. You are allowed to be exactly what you are. For tonight, for tomorrow, for as long as you need. No upgrades required, no improvements demanded, no better version waiting that you need to become before you're acceptable. Just you, current version, exactly as you are. Enough, complete, acceptable, worthy of rest. Nothing about your life needs to be upgraded. So stop trying to upgrade it. Stop measuring it against some better version. Stop treating yourself like outdated software. You're not outdated. You're current. You're exactly where you're supposed to be in your own development. And that doesn't need upgrading. That just needs living. That just needs being. That just needs rest. Nothing about your life needs to be upgraded. Not one thing. Not tonight. Not before you're allowed to sleep. Just rest. Current version and all. Imperfect and all. Exactly as you are and all. No upgrades required. No improvements needed. No better version waiting. Just you. Just this. Just enough. Just as you are. Nothing about your life needs to be upgraded. So rest now. Without upgrading anything. Without improving anything. Without becoming anything more. Just rest. Just sleep. Just be. Exactly as you are. Current version. Complete. Enough. No upgrades required. You've been lying here holding your worth together. Maintaining it. Monitoring it. Making sure it doesn't slip away while you're not paying attention. As if your worth is something fragile that requires your constant vigilance to keep existing. As if the moment you stop watching it, stop thinking about it, stop proving it, it will disappear. And this vigilance is keeping you awake. Because you can't sleep while holding something together. You can't rest while maintaining something. You can't let go while monitoring something. But here's what you need to know about sleep. Sleep is a state where worth is irrelevant. Not because you lose your worth when you sleep, but because worth doesn't operate in sleep. It doesn't exist as a concern. It's simply not part of what sleep is about. When you sleep, you're not being evaluated. You're not being measured. You're not being judged on your worth or your value or your enoughness. You're just sleeping, just resting, just existing in a state where none of those things matter or apply or have any relevance at all. Sleep doesn't care if you're worthy. Sleep doesn't check your credentials before allowing you in. Sleep doesn't require proof of value before granting you rest. Sleep just happens. When your body is tired, when your mind releases its grip, when you stop trying to prove things and just allow yourself to be. And in that state, worth is irrelevant, not absent, not lost, just irrelevant, just not part of the equation, just not something that applies. You don't need worth to sleep. You don't need to prove value to rest. You don't need to demonstrate enoughness to close your eyes. You just need to be tired, to be human, to be ready to stop for a while. And all humans are allowed to sleep. All tired bodies are permitted to rest, regardless of worth, regardless of value, regardless of how much they've proven or accomplished or demonstrated. Sleep is a state where worth is irrelevant. This is deeply freeing if you can let it be true, because it means you can stop holding your worth together. You can stop monitoring it. You can stop maintaining it. You can just let it exist wherever it exists while you rest. Your worth will still be there when you wake up, not because you held it together through the night, but because worth doesn't disappear when you're not watching it. Worth is not that fragile. Worth is not that conditional. Worth is not something you maintain through vigilance. Worth just exists, whether you're awake or asleep, whether you're monitoring it or ignoring it, whether you're proving it or not thinking about it at all. And in sleep, it's simply not relevant. Sleep doesn't care about worth. Sleep cares about rest, about restoration, about giving your body and mind the break they need. None of that requires worth. None of that is contingent on value. None of that depends on being enough. It only depends on being tired, on being human, on needing rest the way all living things need rest. You can sleep without holding your worth together. You really can. Your worth doesn't need your supervision. It doesn't need your constant attention. It doesn't need you to stay awake making sure it's still there. It will be there, whether you watch it or not, whether you monitor it or not, whether you stay vigilant or finally let go. Because worth is not maintained through vigilance. Worth is just part of being human, and being human doesn't stop when you sleep. You remain human while sleeping. You remain yourself while sleeping. You remain worthy while sleeping. All of it continues without your active participation, without your monitoring, without your vigilance. Sleep is a state where worth is irrelevant, not because it disappears, but because it's simply not part of what sleep measures or cares about or pays attention to. Sleep measures tiredness. Sleep cares about rest. Sleep pays attention to whether you're allowing yourself to surrender to the process. And none of that has anything to do with worth, with value, with being enough. You can be completely unworthy by whatever measure you're using and still be allowed to sleep. You can fail every test of value and still be permitted to rest. Because sleep doesn't test. Sleep doesn't measure. Sleep doesn't evaluate worth. Sleep just restores tired bodies, rests depleted minds, gives exhausted humans the break they desperately need. Worth is irrelevant to this process. Completely irrelevant. Totally beside the point. You don't need to hold your worth together tonight. You don't need to monitor it. You don't need to maintain it. You don't need to prove it one more time before you're allowed to rest. You just need to sleep. And sleep doesn't care about your worth. Sleep just cares that you're tired. And you are. You're so tired. Tired of monitoring. Tired of maintaining. Tired of holding your worth together like it's going to fall apart if you stop watching it. So stop watching it. Let it exist without your supervision. Let it be whatever it is while you rest. Sleep is a state where worth is irrelevant. Let yourself enter that state. Let yourself exist for a few hours where worth doesn't matter, where value isn't measured, where enoughness isn't evaluated. Just sleep, just rest. Just be a tired body getting the restoration it needs. Worth irrelevant. Value beside the point. Enoughness not applicable. Just sleep. That's all. That's all that matters in this state. Just sleep. Your worth will be fine without your vigilance. It will still be there in the morning. Not because you held it together, but because it was never in danger of falling apart. Sleep is a state where worth is irrelevant. Enter it now, without holding anything together, without monitoring anything, without proving anything. Just sleep. Worth irrelevant. Rest relevant. Sleep now. There's something you've been doing without realizing it. Something exhausting. Something that's keeping you from rest. You've been proving continuity, demonstrating that you're still you, showing that you're still worthy, maintaining evidence that you still deserve whatever you had earlier, as if your worth expires overnight, as if your value has a daily deadline, as if you need to reprove yourself every single morning to maintain the small amount of acceptance you managed to earn the day before. And this fear of discontinuity is keeping you vigilant, keeping you monitoring, keeping you awake, trying to make sure nothing slips, nothing changes, nothing gets lost between today and tomorrow. But here's what you need to understand. You are not required to prove continuity. You don't need to demonstrate that you're still you when you wake up. You don't need to maintain evidence of your worth through the night. Continuity is not something you maintain through effort. Continuity just happens. You go to sleep as yourself. You wake up as yourself. Nothing requires proof. Nothing requires maintenance. You are the same person before sleep and after sleep. Not because you worked at it, not because you monitored it, not because you held it together carefully through the night, but because that's how identity works. That's how worth works. That's how being yourself works. It continues, automatically, naturally, without requiring your conscious effort to maintain it. You don't become a different person when you sleep. You don't lose your worth when you stop monitoring it. You don't somehow reset to zero and have to re-earn everything in the morning. You just continue, being you, having the worth you have, deserving the acceptance you deserve. All of it continues while you sleep. All of it remains intact. All of it is still there when you wake up. Not because you proved it, not because you maintained it, but because continuity is the natural state of things. Discontinuity is what would require effort, disruption, active change. Just existing means continuing to exist. Just being yourself means remaining yourself. Just having worth means keeping worth. None of it requires proof. None of it requires demonstration. None of it requires your vigilant maintenance. You are not required to prove continuity. Between today and tomorrow, between waking and sleeping, between who you were and who you'll be, you're the same person. Continuously, without effort, without proof, without maintenance. This fear that you'll somehow lose yourself overnight, lose your worth overnight, lose your place overnight. It's not based on reality. It's based on anxiety, on the exhausting belief that everything must be earned and re-earned constantly. But worth doesn't work that way. Identity doesn't work that way. Continuity doesn't work that way. You continue being you automatically. Your worth continues existing automatically. Your deservingness continues applying automatically. All without your supervision. All without your proof. All without your vigilant maintenance. Think about what would actually have to happen for you to lose continuity overnight. You would have to become a different person. You would have to somehow shed your entire identity and worth and deservingness and wake up as someone else entirely. But that's not possible. That's not how humans work. That's not how sleep works. You remain you. Through sleep, through rest, through hours of not monitoring or proving or maintaining anything, you remain you because you are you. And being you is continuous, automatic, not dependent on your effort to maintain it. You are not required to prove continuity. So stop trying to prove it. Stop monitoring it. Stop working so hard to maintain something that maintains itself naturally. Just sleep. Just rest. Just let yourself be unconscious for a few hours while everything that needs to continue continues on its own. Your worth will continue. Your identity will continue. Your deservingness will continue. All automatically. All without your effort. All naturally. You don't need to hold it together. You don't need to maintain it. You don't need to prove it survives the night. It will survive. Not because you proved it, but because that's what continuity means. Things continue, automatically, naturally, without requiring proof. You are not required to prove continuity. This is one of the most exhausting things you've been doing. One of the ways you've been keeping yourself from rest. You've been staying vigilant to make sure you remain yourself. Make sure your worth remains intact. Make sure everything continues properly from today to tomorrow. But it will continue whether you monitor it or not, whether you prove it or not, whether you maintain it or not. Continuity is automatic. You don't control it. You don't create it. You don't maintain it. It just is. You are you continuously. Your worth exists continuously. Your deservingness applies continuously, all without proof, all without maintenance, all without your exhausting vigilance. So rest now. Let continuity take care of itself. Let yourself remain yourself without working at it. Let everything continue automatically while you sleep. You are not required to prove continuity between today and tomorrow, between waking and sleeping, between who you were and who you'll be. It continues, automatically, without you. While you rest, just sleep. Let continuity happen on its own. Let yourself remain yourself without effort. Let worth continue without proof. You are not required to prove continuity. So stop trying. Just rest. Just sleep. Just let everything continue automatically while you finally let go. Continuity doesn't need your help. It just needs you to stop interfering. Stop monitoring. Stop trying to prove what continues automatically. Just sleep. You'll still be you in the morning. Worth and all. Deservingness and all. Automatically. Without proof. You are not required to prove continuity. So rest now. Let it continue without you watching. Let yourself sleep without maintaining anything. Just rest. Continuity automatic. Proof unnecessary. Sleep now. You've been staying alert, vigilant, conscious, monitoring everything. Because somewhere deep down, you believe that the moment you stop paying attention, something essential about you will slip away, that your worth depends on your consciousness, that your value requires your awareness, that being enough needs your active participation to remain true. So you stay alert, you keep watching, you maintain vigilance, even though you're exhausted, even though every part of you is begging to rest, even though staying alert is the very thing preventing the sleep you desperately need. But here's the truth you've been missing. Nothing you are depends on staying alert. Not one thing. Not your worth, not your value, not your identity, not your deservingness, not anything essential about who you are. All of it exists whether you're conscious or not, whether you're alert or sleeping, whether you're monitoring it or completely unaware of it. You are who you are continuously, in consciousness and in sleep, in alertness and in rest, in awareness and in the deep unconsciousness of genuine sleep. Nothing about you requires your alertness to exist. Nothing about your worth needs your consciousness to remain intact. Nothing about your value depends on you staying awake to monitor it. It all exists independently of your awareness. It all continues whether you're watching or not. It all remains true whether you're alert or deeply, completely asleep. Think about what you actually are, not what you do, not what you accomplish, not what you monitor or maintain or prove, but what you actually are. You are a person, a human being, with inherent worth, with value that doesn't fluctuate based on consciousness, with deservingness that exists whether you're awake or asleep. And none of that depends on staying alert. None of that requires your active awareness. None of that needs your vigilance to remain true. You are these things automatically, continuously. Whether you're paying attention or not, your worth doesn't disappear when you fall asleep. It doesn't vanish the moment your consciousness fades. It doesn't require your alertness to exist. It just exists, all the time, in all states, alert or not. You've been treating consciousness like it's what holds you together, like your alertness is the only thing preventing you from falling apart, like the moment you stop monitoring, everything essential about you will dissolve. But this is not true. This has never been true. This is just exhaustion and anxiety creating false beliefs about how identity and worth actually work. You don't hold yourself together through alertness. You don't maintain your worth through consciousness. You don't keep your value intact through vigilance. You just are. Whether you're alert or not, whether you're conscious or not, whether you're awake or deeply asleep, nothing you are depends on staying alert. This means you can sleep. You can let consciousness go. You can stop monitoring and watching and maintaining vigilance. And you'll still be you when you wake up. You'll still have worth when consciousness returns. You'll still deserve everything you deserve when alertness comes back. Because none of it ever left. None of it ever depended on your alertness. None of it ever required your consciousness to exist. It existed while you were alert. It will exist while you sleep. It will exist when you wake up. Continuously, automatically, without depending on your state of consciousness. You are not your alertness. You are not your consciousness. You are not your ability to monitor yourself. You are a person, with worth, with value, with deservingness. And all of that exists in all states, alert or sleeping, conscious or unconscious, awake or deeply at rest. Nothing you are depends on staying alert. So you can stop staying alert. You can let alertness go. You can allow consciousness to fade into sleep. And nothing will be lost. Nothing will slip away. Nothing will disappear because you stopped watching. You'll still be you. All of it will still be true. Worth intact. Value unchanged. Deservingness unaffected. All continuing automatically while you finally rest. Nothing you are depends on staying alert. This is permission to sleep. This is freedom from vigilance. This is release from the exhausting belief that you must remain conscious to remain worthy. You don't. You never did. Consciousness is not what creates worth. Alertness is not what maintains value. Vigilance is not what keeps you together. You just are, in all states, alert and sleeping, conscious and unconscious, watching and not watching, all of it, all of you, all your worth, existing continuously, independent of alertness. So sleep now. Let alertness go. Let consciousness fade. Let vigilance end. Nothing you are depends on staying alert. Everything you are continues in sleep. Everything you are will be there when you wake. Automatic, continuous, independent of consciousness. Just there. Just existing. Just true. Nothing you are depends on staying alert. So, stop staying alert. Just sleep. All of you continuing. All of your worth intact. All of your value unchanged. While you rest, nothing depends on staying alert. Everything continues in sleep. Just rest now. Alert unnecessary. Worth automatic. Sleep now. You've been afraid to let go. Afraid that if you stop holding on to your worth, if you stop maintaining it consciously, your body will somehow forget it, will lose track of it, will let it slip away into the darkness, as if your worth is stored in your conscious mind only, as if the moment consciousness fades, the body forgets everything about who you are and what you deserve. But your body is wiser than you give it credit for. Your body knows things your conscious mind has forgotten. Your body remembers what you are, even when your thinking mind is questioning it. And here's the truth about rest. The body does not forget your worth when you rest. It doesn't forget who you are. It doesn't forget what you deserve. It doesn't lose track of your value the moment you stop consciously holding on to it. Your body knows your worth at a level deeper than thought, deeper than consciousness, deeper than anything your worried mind can access or understand. Your worth is written into your cells, into your DNA, into the basic biological fact of your existence. It's not stored in your conscious awareness, where it might be forgotten if you stop paying attention. It's stored in your being, in the fundamental reality of what you are, in the automatic, unconscious, biological truth of your existence. And that truth doesn't forget itself when you rest. It doesn't vanish when consciousness fades. It doesn't require your thinking mind to maintain it. It just is, continuously, in all states, conscious or unconscious, alert or deeply asleep. Your body knows you're worthy of rest. Your body knows you deserve care. Your body knows you have value that doesn't depend on productivity or consciousness or staying alert. Your body has always known this. It's your mind that forgot. It's your thoughts that created doubt. It's your consciousness that started questioning what your body never questioned. Because bodies don't question worth. Bodies just exist. And existing means deserving care, deserving rest, deserving the restoration that sleep provides. Your body has been trying to sleep for hours. It's been pulling you toward rest. It's been signaling exhaustion. It's been asking for what it knows it deserves. And your mind has been interfering. Your mind has been saying you need to stay conscious. You need to hold on to worth. You need to monitor everything to make sure nothing gets lost. But your body knows better. Your body knows that worth doesn't get lost in sleep. Your body knows that value doesn't depend on consciousness. Your body knows that you deserve rest, whether your mind agrees or not. The body does not forget your worth when you rest. This is biological truth. This is deeper than thought. This is written into the very structure of being alive. Every cell in your body knows you deserve restoration. Every system in your body is designed for the kind of deep rest that requires letting go of conscious control. Your body trusts rest in ways your mind has forgotten how to trust. Your body surrenders to sleep naturally, easily, automatically when allowed. It's only your mind that resists, only your thoughts that create doubt, only your consciousness that insists on staying alert to monitor worth. But you can let your body's wisdom override your mind's fear. You can trust that your body knows what you are and what you deserve at a level your thoughts can't access. Your body does not forget your worth when you rest. It remembers it more clearly than your conscious mind does. It holds it more steadily than your thoughts ever could. It knows it more deeply than your awareness can comprehend. So let your body take over. Let your biological wisdom guide you into rest. Let the part of you that knows you're worthy without needing to think about it take control. Your mind can rest. Your consciousness can fade. Your thoughts can stop for a while. And your body will remember everything, will hold everything, will know everything that needs knowing, your worth included, your value included, your deservingness included, all held safely in your body's deeper knowing while your mind finally rests. The body does not forget your worth when you rest. This is not something you need to maintain consciously. This is not something your awareness needs to monitor. This is automatic, biological, built into being alive. Your body knows you're worthy, knows you deserve rest, knows you're valuable whether you're conscious or not. And your body has been waiting for you to trust this, waiting for you to let go, waiting for you to stop trying to hold everything together with your mind and let your body hold it instead. Your body is stronger than your mind. Your body's knowing is deeper than your thoughts. Your body's wisdom about worth is more reliable than your consciousness could ever be. So trust it now. Trust your body to remember what you are when your mind stops monitoring. Trust your biological wisdom to hold your worth while you rest. Trust the deeper knowing that exists beneath thought. The body does not forget your worth when you rest. It remembers it perfectly, holds it safely, knows it completely. Without any help from your conscious mind, you can let go now. Let your mind stop working. Let consciousness fade. Let thinking cease for a while. Your body will remember everything. Your worth included, your value included, your deservingness included, all held in biological wisdom deeper than thought. The body does not forget your worth when you rest. So rest now. Let your body remember while your mind finally stops trying. Trust your body. It knows It's always known. It will remember perfectly while you sleep. Your worth safe, your value held, your deservingness remembered, all in your body's deeper knowing. The body does not forget your worth when you rest. So rest now. Trust your body. Let it remember while you sleep. Safe, held, known, worth intact, body remembering, mind finally resting. Sleep now. Your body knows your worth, and it won't forget. Not ever. Not even in the deepest sleep. Rest now. Body remembering. Worth safe. Sleep. There's a question that's been following you for years, maybe decades. A question that shows up every night when everything gets quiet. A question that demands your attention, your consideration, your answer. Am I enough? Have I done enough? Am I being enough? Will I ever be enough? And you've been trying to answer it, trying to find the response that will finally satisfy the question, trying to come up with proof or evidence or reasoning that will make the question go away. But the answer never comes, or it comes temporarily, and then the question returns. Or different answers compete, and you can't decide which one is true. And the question just keeps asking, keeps demanding, keeps waiting for some final definitive answer that will resolve it once and for all. But here's what you need to understand tonight. You can let the question of enough go unanswered. You really can. You don't need to answer it before you're allowed to rest. You don't need to solve it before sleep is permitted. The question can remain unanswered, unresolved, hanging in the air without response. And that's okay. That's allowed. That's completely acceptable. Not every question needs an answer. Not every inquiry requires resolution. Not every wondering has to be satisfied before you can move on to something else. Some questions are meant to be lived with, not answered. Some mysteries are meant to be carried, not solved. Some uncertainties are meant to exist, not be eliminated. And am I enough might be one of those questions. A question you live with rather than answer. A question you carry rather than resolve. A question you allow rather than eliminate. Because maybe there is no final answer. Maybe the question itself is flawed. Maybe enough is not something that can be definitively determined once and for all. Maybe enough is fluid, contextual, moment-dependent. Not a fixed state you reach and stay in, but an ongoing relationship with yourself that shifts and changes. And if that's true, then trying to answer the question definitively is trying to do something impossible. Trying to make static what is actually dynamic. Trying to fix what is actually flowing. You can let the question go unanswered, not because you're giving up, not because you're avoiding it, but because maybe it doesn't need the answer you've been trying to force. Maybe the question can just exist, can just be there, can just hover in your awareness without requiring resolution. Am I enough? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe sometimes, maybe in some ways. Maybe the question itself is the wrong question. Maybe there's no answer that would satisfy it even if you found one. And all of that uncertainty can exist. All of that not knowing can be present. All of that unresolved wondering can remain. While you rest anyway, while you sleep despite it, while you exist without answering it. You've been treating the question like a test you need to pass, like homework that must be completed, like an assignment that's overdue and keeping you from rest until you finish it. But it's not a test. It's not homework. It's not an assignment with a deadline. It's just a question. One of many questions you'll carry through life. Some answered, some not. Some perpetually hovering in that space between knowing and wondering. And you can carry this question unanswered, can live with it unresolved, can exist alongside it without needing to eliminate it. You can let the question of enough go unanswered. This doesn't mean you're not enough. This doesn't mean you are enough. This just means the question can exist without requiring your answer right now. Maybe tomorrow you'll have thoughts about it. Maybe next week you'll have insights. Maybe years from now you'll understand something you don't understand tonight. Or maybe you never answer it definitively. Maybe you carry it your whole life. Maybe it remains one of those questions that accompanies you without ever being fully resolved. And that's okay. That's allowed. That's a completely valid way to live with a question. Not everything needs to be answered. Not everything needs to be resolved. Not everything needs to be definitively determined before you're allowed to rest. Some things can just be, can just exist, can just remain in that space of not knowing. While you continue living, while you continue resting, while you continue existing without having all the answers, you can let the question of enough go unanswered. Tonight, tomorrow, for as long as you need to, for as long as the question remains unanswerable, for as long as you're willing to live with the uncertainty, the question won't hurt you by remaining unanswered. It won't damage you. It won't make you less than you are. It will just exist. As a question, as a wondering, as an ongoing inquiry into something that maybe can't be definitively known. And you can rest alongside it, can sleep despite it, can exist without answering it. Not every question is an emergency. Not every unanswered inquiry is a crisis. Not every unresolved wondering is something that must be fixed before rest is allowed. Some questions are just companions, fellow travelers, things you carry with you that don't need resolution to be bearable. Am I enough? Maybe that's one of those questions, one that travels with you, one that asks occasionally, one that never quite gets answered but also never quite goes away. And you can live with that, can rest with that, can sleep despite that, while the question remains unanswered, unresolved, just there. You can let the question of enough go unanswered. This is permission. This is release. This is freedom from the pressure to solve what might be unsolvable. Just let it be, unanswered, present, but not demanding, not urgent, not preventing rest just because it remains unresolved. The question can wait, can exist without answer, can remain while you sleep, and you can wake up tomorrow with it still there, still unanswered, and that will be okay. Not every question needs an answer. Not tonight. Not ever. Maybe, and that's allowed. You can let the question of enough go unanswered. So let it go now, unanswered, unresolved, just existing without requiring your response. Rest anyway. Sleep despite it. Exist alongside the unanswered question. Peacefully. Aloud. Okay? Question unanswered. Rest aloud. Sleep now. You've been watching yourself all night, monitoring your thoughts, checking your breath, evaluating your relaxation, assessing whether you're doing sleep correctly. And this watching is preventing the very thing you're trying to achieve. Because watching is the opposite of resting. Monitoring is the opposite of letting go. Self-assessment is the opposite of surrender. You cannot watch yourself rest and rest at the same time. You cannot monitor yourself sleeping and sleep simultaneously. You cannot evaluate your relaxation and relax in the same moment. These are opposing actions, contradictory states. One cancels out the other. One makes the other impossible. And here's what you need to understand. Deep rest begins when self-monitoring ends. Not after it ends, not alongside it, but when it ends, the moment it stops, the instant you release it. Self-monitoring and deep rest cannot coexist. One must end for the other to begin. And right now, self-monitoring is still happening, still active, still preventing the rest you desperately need. You're watching to see if you're relaxing, and that watching prevents relaxation. You're monitoring to check if you're getting drowsy, and that monitoring prevents drowsiness. You're evaluating whether sleep is approaching, and that evaluation keeps sleep away. Because the part of you that watches, monitors, and evaluates is the part that must be awake to do those things. And as long as that part is active, you cannot rest deeply. Deep rest requires that part to go offline, to stop functioning, to release its grip on awareness and allow unconsciousness to take over. But you keep activating it, keep engaging it, keep using it to check on whether rest is happening. And every time you check, you disrupt the very process you're checking on. It's like trying to see if water is still while constantly poking it. The poking is what prevents the stillness. The checking is what prevents the rest. Deep rest begins when self-monitoring ends. This means you must stop watching, must stop monitoring, must stop evaluating whether you're doing this correctly. You must let the watching part go dormant. Let the monitoring function cease. Let the evaluating process shut down completely. And this feels dangerous, because you've been using self-monitoring to stay in control, to make sure everything is okay, to verify that you're doing life correctly. But control is what's preventing rest. Monitoring is what's blocking sleep. Verification is what's keeping you awake. You must release control to rest, must stop monitoring to sleep, must abandon verification to let unconsciousness come. This is surrender, complete surrender of the watching part, of the monitoring function, of the evaluating process. All of it must stop for deep rest to begin. You cannot think your way into sleep, cannot watch your way into rest, cannot monitor your way into unconsciousness. You can only stop. Stop thinking. Stop watching. Stop monitoring. And let something else take over. Something deeper. Something that doesn't require your conscious participation. Deep rest begins when self-monitoring ends. So, end it now. Stop watching yourself. Stop monitoring your progress. Stop evaluating whether this is working. Just be here, without watching, without monitoring, without evaluating, just breathing, just existing, just allowing whatever happens to happen without your supervision. This is hard, because self-monitoring feels productive, feels like you're doing something, feels like you're helping the process along. But you're not helping. You're interfering. Every check disrupts. Every evaluation interrupts. Every monitoring moment postpones the rest you're trying to achieve. You must stop helping. Stop interfering. Stop doing anything at all. Let the process happen without your participation. Let rest come without your supervision. Let sleep arrive without your monitoring. Deep rest begins when self-monitoring ends. This is not a suggestion. This is how it works. This is the only way it works. You cannot rest deeply while watching yourself rest. You must stop watching to rest. Must end monitoring to sleep. Must release evaluation to surrender. So stop now. Stop watching. Stop monitoring. Stop evaluating. Just be here without any of that. Without any supervision. Without any checking. Just breathing. Just existing. Just being. Without watching any of it. Without monitoring any of it. Without evaluating any of it. Deep rest begins when self-monitoring ends. End it now. Completely. Totally. Stop all watching. Stop all monitoring. Stop all evaluating. Just be. Without observation. Without supervision. Without assessment. Just be. And in that being, without watching, deep rest can finally begin. Can finally arrive. Can finally take you into the sleep you've been preventing with all your monitoring. Stop watching now. End monitoring now. Release evaluation now. Just be now. And let deep rest begin. Finally, completely, without your supervision, without your participation, without you watching it happen. Just let it happen. While you stop watching, while monitoring ends, while evaluation ceases, deep rest begins when self-monitoring ends. So end it now. Stop. Completely. Let rest begin. Not watching anymore. Not monitoring anymore. Not evaluating anymore. Just being. Just breathing. Just here. Deep rest beginning. Self-monitoring ended. Sleep coming. Finally. Stop watching. Rest beginning. Sleep now. You've been grading yourself. Constantly. Endlessly. Every moment of every day. Every thought evaluated. Every action assessed. Every choice measured against some invisible standard. Am I doing this right? Is this good enough? Should I be better? Could I have done more? Am I measuring up? Do I pass? Do I fail? Constant assessment, constant evaluation, constant judgment of yourself, by yourself, for yourself. And it's exhausting. This perpetual self-evaluation, this endless grading, this constant measuring of your own worth, your own actions, your own existence. You think this is necessary, that this is what responsible people do, that this is how you improve, grow, become better. But here's what you need to know. You are allowed to exist without self-assessment. You're allowed to live without constantly evaluating yourself. You're allowed to be without constantly measuring whether you're being correctly. Not forever. Not as a way to avoid growth or ignore problems or pretend you're perfect. But right now, tonight, in this moment, you're allowed to exist without assessing yourself, without grading yourself, without evaluating whether you're enough. You can just be, without judgment, without assessment, without evaluation. Just be, just exist, just breathe, without grading any of it. This feels wrong because you've been assessing yourself for so long that it feels like part of being conscious, like something you must do to be a functioning person, like something required for responsible existence. But it's not required. It's optional. It's something you've been doing habitually, not something you must do constantly. You can take breaks from self-assessment, can have moments, hours, entire nights where you exist without evaluating yourself, where you breathe without measuring whether you're breathing correctly, where you rest without assessing whether you're resting well enough. You are allowed to exist without self-assessment. This is permission. This is freedom. This is release from the exhausting cycle of constant self-evaluation. Think about what self-assessment actually is. It's you standing outside yourself, watching yourself, judging yourself. It's creating distance between the you that lives and the you that evaluates the living. And that distance is exhausting. That splitting is tiring. That constant observer position prevents you from fully inhabiting your own experience. Because when you're busy assessing yourself, you're not fully present. You're not fully here. You're partially elsewhere, in the assessment position, watching and judging and evaluating. And you can come back, can return to just being, can collapse the distance between observer and observed, can stop standing outside yourself and just be yourself instead. You are allowed to exist without self-assessment, without the observer, without the judge, without the evaluator, just as yourself, just being, just here. This doesn't mean you're not aware, doesn't mean you're not conscious, doesn't mean you're not present. It just means you're not dividing yourself into observer and observed, not creating distance, not constantly evaluating, just being, fully, completely, without assessment, without judgment, without evaluation. You can exist this way, can breathe this way, can rest this way, can sleep this way, without assessing any of it, without evaluating whether you're doing it right, without judging whether you're enough, just being, just breathing, just resting, just existing, without self-assessment, without evaluation, without judgment. This is allowed. This is healthy. This is necessary for deep rest, for genuine relaxation, for actual sleep, because you cannot rest deeply while assessing your rest, cannot relax fully while evaluating your relaxation, cannot sleep completely while judging your sleep. You must stop assessing to rest, must end evaluating to relax, must release judging to sleep. You are allowed to exist without self-assessment. Tonight, right now, in this moment, you're allowed to just be without evaluating whether you're being correctly. So stop assessing, stop evaluating, stop judging. Just be, just breathe, just exist, without any assessment, without any evaluation, without any judgment. Not forever, just for tonight, just for these hours of rest, just for this time of sleep. You can assess again tomorrow if you want, but tonight, stop. You are allowed to exist without self-assessment. This is not irresponsible. This is not avoiding reality. This is not pretending problems don't exist. This is just taking a break from the exhausting work of constant self-evaluation, taking a rest from the tiring job of perpetual judgment, pausing the endless assessment that's been running since you woke up this morning. You can pause it, can stop it, can exist without it. For a while, for tonight, for these hours of rest, you are allowed to exist without self-assessment. So exist now, without assessing, without evaluating, without judging, just existing, just being, just here. Breathing without assessment, existing without evaluation, being without judgment, just breathing, just existing, just being. You are allowed. You have always been allowed. You will always be allowed to exist without constant self-assessment. So stop assessing now. Stop evaluating now. Stop judging now. Just be now. Just exist now. Just breathe now. Without assessment, without evaluation, without judgment. Just being, just breathing, just here. Allowed, completely allowed, fully allowed. To exist without self-assessment. Stop assessing. Just be. Stop evaluating. Just exist. Stop judging. Just breathe. You are allowed to exist without self-assessment. So exist now. Without it, just be. Allowed. Free. Here. Breathing. Existing. Being. Without assessment. Rest now. Without evaluation. Sleep now. Without judgment. Just be now. Without assessment. Allowed. Completely. Finally. Just being. Without assessing. Rest. You've been holding on so tightly. Gripping. Clutching. Trying with every ounce of strength to be enough. To maintain enough. To prove enough. To become enough. And you're afraid to let go. Afraid that if you stop trying, if you release the effort, if you stop working so hard at being enough, you'll lose it. It will slip away. It will disappear like something you were barely holding onto that finally escaped your grasp. So you keep trying, keep pushing, keep working, even though you're exhausted, even though the trying itself is depleting you. Even though the effort to be enough is taking everything you have. Because stopping feels like losing. Releasing feels like failure. Letting go feels like watching something precious fall away forever. But here's what you don't understand. Nothing is lost when you stop trying to be enough. Not one thing. Not your worth. Not your value. Not anything real or true or essential about who you are. Because enough is not something you create through trying. Enough is not something you maintain through effort. Enough is not something you hold on to through gripping tightly. Enough is what you are, not what you do, not what you achieve through trying, just what you are. And what you are cannot be lost by stopping trying, cannot disappear by releasing effort, cannot slip away by letting go. You are enough whether you try to be or not, whether you work at it or rest from it, whether you grip it tightly or release it completely. The trying doesn't create the enoughness. The trying is just exhausting you. The effort is just depleting you. The gripping is just tiring your hands. But the enoughness that was always there, independent of your trying, unaffected by your effort, unchanged by your gripping. You think you're holding yourself together. Think your trying is what keeps you valuable. Think your effort is what maintains your worth. But you're not holding yourself together. You're already together. You don't need assembly. You don't need maintenance. You don't need constant effort to remain intact. You just are. Intact. Whole. Enough. Without any trying required. Nothing is lost when you stop trying to be enough. This is one of the most important truths you'll ever need to understand, because it means you can rest, can stop, can release the exhausting effort, and nothing will fall apart. Nothing will disappear. Nothing will be lost. Your worth will remain. Your value will persist. Your enoughness will continue, all without your trying, all without your effort, all without your exhausting grip. Because these things don't depend on trying. They depend on being. And being continues whether you're trying or not, whether you're working or resting, whether you're holding on or letting go. Think about what you're actually trying to do. You're trying to create something that already exists. Maintain something that doesn't need maintenance. Hold on to something that can't be lost. It's like trying to hold onto your own hand, like working hard to maintain contact with yourself, like gripping tightly to keep from losing what you already are. The effort is unnecessary. The trying is pointless. The gripping is exhausting you for no reason, because you cannot lose what you are, cannot drop what is intrinsic to your being, cannot release what is fundamental to your existence. You are enough. This is not created by trying. This is not maintained by effort. This is just what you are, constantly, automatically, without any work required. Nothing is lost when you stop trying to be enough. So you can stop. Right now, tonight, you can release the effort. Let go of the trying. Stop gripping so tightly and watch. Watch how nothing falls apart. Watch how nothing disappears. Watch how you remain exactly what you've always been, enough, without any trying at all. The relief will be immediate. The exhaustion will begin to fade. The tightness will release. Because trying to be enough is hard work, unnecessary work, work that accomplishes nothing except depleting you. And when you stop, when you finally release the effort, you'll discover what was always true. You were enough all along. The trying didn't create it. The effort didn't maintain it. The gripping didn't hold it in place. It was just there, always there, being what it is, independent of all your trying. Nothing is lost when you stop trying to be enough. This is permission to stop, to rest, to release the exhausting effort that's been draining you. You can let go now, completely, totally. Stop trying. Stop working. Stop gripping. Just let go. And notice. Notice how you're still here. Still you. Still worthy. Still valuable. Still enough. Without any trying at all. Nothing lost. Everything still intact. All of it's still true. Without effort. Without trying. Without gripping. You are enough. Not because you try to be, but because you are. Simply, automatically, without any work required. Nothing is lost when you stop trying to be enough. So stop now. Release the effort. Let go of the trying. Rest from the work. And discover the truth. The truth that was always there underneath all that unnecessary trying. You are enough. You have always been enough. You will always be enough. Not because of trying, but because of being. And being requires no effort, no trying, no gripping. Just being, just existing, just here. Enough without any work at all. Nothing is lost when you stop trying to be enough. Everything is gained. Peace, rest, freedom from exhaustion, relief from constant effort. Stop trying now. Let go now, rest now, and discover what was always true. You are enough. Without trying, without effort, without work, just enough. Just as you are, just by being. Nothing more required, nothing lost, everything gained. Stop trying. Just be. Just rest. Enough. You've been traveling. Mentally, emotionally, constantly moving towards some imagined destination. Some place you haven't reached yet. Some version of yourself you haven't become. Some life you haven't started living. And you're tired from the journey. Exhausted from the constant forward motion. Depleted from always moving towards somewhere else instead of being where you are. Because right here, right now, where you actually are, this doesn't feel like enough. This feels like a waypoint, a rest stop, a place you're passing through on the way to somewhere better. The real life is somewhere ahead. The right version of yourself is someone you haven't become yet. The place you're supposed to be is somewhere you haven't arrived. So you keep traveling, keep moving, keep pushing forward toward that imagined destination, that better version, that somewhere else where life finally begins properly. But here's what you need to understand tonight. You do not need to arrive anywhere else. This is it. This is the place. This is the moment. This is your life, actually happening right now, not somewhere else, not some other version, not some future destination. Here, now, this. There is no other place you need to reach before your life counts. No other version you need to become before you're the right version. No future destination where everything finally makes sense. This is the destination. You've already arrived. You're already here. This is already it. And you can stop traveling now, can stop moving towards somewhere else, can stop waiting for arrival, because you've been here all along, at the destination, living your actual life, being your actual self, not the imagined future version, the current version, the one that exists right now, the one that's here, breathing, alive, present. This version is not a waypoint, not a rest stop, not something to pass through on the way to somewhere better. This version is the destination. This is where you are. This is your life. And it doesn't need to be somewhere else to count. Doesn't need to be different to be valid. Doesn't need to be better to be enough. It just needs to be lived, experienced, inhabited, right here, right now, as it actually is. You do not need to arrive anywhere else. The constant forward motion is exhausting you. The perpetual traveling is depleting you. The endless journey towards somewhere else is preventing you from being here. And here is where life is. Here is where you actually exist. Here is where everything real is happening. Not in some imagined future, not in some better version, not in some other place. Here, now, this moment, this life, this version of you. This is it. This is the place you've been traveling toward. You've already arrived. You've been here all along. You just didn't recognize it as the destination because it doesn't match the imagined version. But destinations never match imaginations. Real places are always different from fantasized ones. Actual arrival always feels different from anticipated arrival. And you are here, have been here, will always be here, because here is where you exist, where you breathe, where you live your actual life, not somewhere else, not some other version, not some future destination. Here, this, now. You do not need to arrive anywhere else. So you can stop traveling, can stop moving forward mentally, can stop pushing towards some imagined better place. You can just be here, fully here, completely here, in this moment, in this life, in this version of yourself, not waiting for another moment, not working toward another life, not becoming another version, just being this one, the current one, the one that's actually here. This is enough. This moment is enough. This life is enough. This version of you is enough. Not because it's perfect, not because it matches some ideal, but because it's real. It's here. It's what actually is. And what actually is doesn't need to be somewhere else to be valid, doesn't need to be different to matter, doesn't need to be better to be enough. It just needs to be lived, inhabited, experienced, as it is, where it is, which is here. You do not need to arrive anywhere else. The journey is over. You've arrived. This is the place, this moment, this life, this you. Stop traveling. Stop moving towards somewhere else. Stop waiting for arrival at some imagined better destination. You're here. You've arrived. This is it. Live it now. Be it now. Inhabit it now, not as a waypoint, not as a temporary stop, but as the actual destination, the place you've been traveling toward, the place you've already reached. Here, now, this, already arrived, already present, already home. You do not need to arrive anywhere else. Because you're already here, already arrived, already at the destination. This life, this moment, this version of you, this is it. This is the place. This is where you are. And where you are is enough, is valid, is the actual destination, not somewhere else. Here. Stop traveling. You've arrived. Be here now, fully, completely, without waiting for somewhere else. You do not need to arrive anywhere else. You're already here, already arrived, already home. This is the destination. This is the place. This is it. You've arrived. Stop traveling. Be here. Now. Arrived. Here. Now. Enough. No other place needed. No other version required. No other destination necessary. Here. This. Now. Already arrived. Already enough. Already home. Rest now. You've arrived. You're here. This is it. No other place needed. Just here. Just now. Just this. Arrived. Finally. Home. We've come to the end. To the quietest truth. To the simplest recognition. To what has been true all along beneath everything else. For this night, you are enough without effort. Not because of what you did today. Not because of what you'll do tomorrow. Not because you tried hard or achieved goals or proved anything to anyone. Just because. Just because you're here. Just because you're breathing. Just because you exist in this moment. And that is enough. For this night. For this rest. For this sleep. Enough without any effort at all. You don't need to earn tonight's rest. Don't need to justify this sleep. Don't need to prove you deserve to close your eyes and let go. You deserve it just by being tired. Just by being human. Just by being here at the end of another day. For this night, you are enough without effort. This is the truth beneath all the other truths, the foundation under everything, the simple fact that makes rest possible. You are enough, not becoming enough, not working toward enough, not trying to be enough, just enough, already, now, without any effort required, all the effort you've been expending, all the trying you've been doing, all the work toward being enough. It was never necessary. It was never required. It was never what made you enough. You were enough before the effort. During the effort. You remain enough now as the effort ends. The effort changed nothing about your fundamental enoughness. It only exhausted you, only depleted you. Only kept you from recognizing what was already true. You are enough. You have always been enough, without any effort at all. For this night, you are enough without effort. Let this truth settle into you. Let it sink deep. Let it be real in a way that goes beyond understanding. You don't need to understand it. Don't need to believe it with certainty. Don't need to feel it completely. You just need to let it be true. Let it exist. Let it hold you while you rest. You are enough. Tonight, right now, as you are, where you are, without anything more, without anything different, without any effort to be or become or prove. Just enough. Simply, quietly, completely, without effort. This is what allows rest. This is what permits sleep. This is what makes letting go possible. The recognition that for this night, effort is not required. Trying is not necessary. Work toward enoughness is not needed. Because you are already enough. Already worthy of rest. Already deserving of peace. Just by being here. Just by breathing. Just by existing. For this night, you are enough without effort. So let the effort go. Let the trying stop. Let the work end. Let everything you've been doing to be enough just cease. And notice. Notice how you're still enough. Still worthy. Still deserving. Without any of that effort. Without any of that trying. Without any of that work. Just enough. Just as you are. Just by being. The bed holds you. The darkness surrounds you. The night welcomes you. Not because you've earned it, not because you've proved anything, but because you're here, because you're tired, because you're human, and humans are allowed to rest, allowed to sleep, allowed to be enough without effort. Tonight, every night, always. For this night, you are enough without effort. This is not temporary. This is not conditional. This is not something that expires when morning comes. This is true. Now, always, forever. You are enough. Without effort. Without trying. Without work. Just enough. Just by being. Just by existing. Just by being here. Now, alive, breathing. Let everything else go. All the effort. All the trying. All the work toward being enough. Let it all go. Let it rest. Let it stop. Because for this night, you are enough without effort, without any of that, without anything except being here, breathing, existing. And that is enough, has always been enough, will always be enough, to rest, to sleep, to be at peace. For this night, you are enough without effort. So rest now, sleep now, let go now, completely, totally, without holding anything together, without maintaining anything, without proving anything. Just rest, just sleep, just be. Enough without effort, enough by existing, enough by being here. The night holds you, the darkness cradles you, the silence welcomes you. You are enough. Without effort, without trying, without anything except being. For this night, you are enough without effort. And that is all you need to know, all you need to understand, all you need to believe. Enough. Without effort, just enough. Just by being, just here, just now. Rest now. Sleep now. Be now. Enough without effort. Enough by existing, enough by breathing. For this night, you are enough without effort. And the night is here, and you are here, and that is enough. For sleep, for rest, for peace. Enough without effort. Just enough. Just being. Just here. Just now. Just breathing. Sleep now. Enough. Without effort. Just sleep. Ending. Let enough hold itself. And now, we've come to the quietest part of the night, to the softest truth, to the gentlest recognition. You've carried the question of enough for so long, held it, examined it, tried to answer it, tried to prove it, tried to become it. And tonight, you can set it down. not forever. Just for these hours, just for this rest, just for this sleep. You don't need to hold enough together. Don't need to maintain it. Don't need to prove it. Don't need to work toward it. Enough holds itself. Enough maintains itself. Enough exists whether you're watching or not, whether you're working or resting, whether you're awake or asleep. You have been enough through all of this, through all the doubts, through all the questions, through all the trying. You were enough all along, not because you finally understand it, not because you can feel it with certainty, not because the doubt has disappeared, but because enough is what you are, not what you achieve, not what you prove, just what you are. And you can rest inside that now, can sleep inside that truth, can let go completely while enough continues being true without your help. Your body knows how to do this, has been waiting to do this, has been ready to let go for hours. Trust it now. Let it carry you into sleep. Let it remember what you are while your mind finally rests. Just breathing now, just existing, just being, without effort, without trying, without holding anything together, just breathing, just here, just enough. The night is dark and soft and patient. It's been waiting for you to stop trying, waiting for you to let go, waiting for you to finally rest. And now you can. Now you're ready. Now enough holds itself while you sleep, while you rest, while you finally let go of everything you've been holding. You don't need to understand one more thing. Don't need to prove one more thing. Don't need to become one more thing. You're already enough. You've always been enough. You'll be enough when you wake. Nothing to hold, nothing to maintain, nothing to prove. Just rest. Just sleep. Just let go. Enough holding itself. Enough being true. Enough existing without your effort. Breathing slower now. Deeper now. Easier now. Body knowing. Body remembering. Body carrying you toward sleep. Toward rest. Toward peace. You are enough. For this night. For this sleep. For this rest. Enough without anything more. Enough without any effort. Enough just by being here. Breathing. Alive. Present. And that's all you've ever needed to be. All you'll ever need to be. Just here. Just breathing. Just alive. Just enough. The night holds you now. The darkness cradles you. The silence welcomes you home. You are enough. You have always been enough. And tonight, finally, you can rest inside that truth. Let go now. Completely. Totally. Everything you've been holding. Everything you've been trying to be. Everything you've been working toward. Let it all go. You are enough. Without any of it. Without any trying. Without any effort. Just enough. Just by being. Just by breathing. Just by being here. Sleep now. Deep and peaceful and complete. Enough holding itself. Truth being true. You being you. Without effort. Without trying. Without anything except rest. Just breathing. Just resting. Just being. Enough. 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 And the night holds you, and the darkness cradles you, and sleep comes, finally, gently, completely. You are enough. You have always been enough. And now you can rest. Good night.